Good evening. It is evening in the UK, I think. But this is the Geeky Gamer Podcast with a few people. Ken, Bill's not here today because I guess he has better things to do than save the world from terrible, terrible Venetian people. Miller and John, we have a Patreon. If you sign up for it, we'll give you additional things that maybe you don't have currently already. Additional things like praise, adoration. We'll pay attention to you. Maybe some support, like self-esteem support, if you're having a bad day. Also, coffee. If you can give us a coffee, and that would be helpful. All lowercase letters, Mr. Interrupt. They do the music. You might not be able to hear it just now, but it's playing in the background every single episode. If you join our Patreon, you might be able to get libraries and stuff like that of their music. Couchfire Media supplies art media production, maybe not entirely for this game, maybe a little bit here and there. Twa Replay Productions, they kind of disappeared about 2 years ago. We don't know where they went. We put out a missing persons. Hopefully they'll come back. This is session 3 of the Linen Tapestry with the creator John Wilson, running our campaign, mini campaign. We're very excited to have him, the creator of the game. Super duper cool, and I'm gonna put this in his hands because it's his turn to talk, and I'm done talking now. So that's it.
Cheers, Ken. Right, so welcome to session 3. So where we were from last week, recap. So the bar fight happened. The gist of it was Giro started a fight. All the nobles that came with him were merely there to back him up. He was making some sort of point or a statement, not quite sure what. And heroic city guard got involved very quickly, used the table to suppress some of the rowdy bunch, who is now known as the Bull from here on in. The other nobles were expelled from the building, by which point there was a clear line in the sand drawn by Giro's dishonorably act of holding a blade to a man's throat in a bar fight, where no one else had drawn a blade, but he was quite happy to kill someone. That meant that Giro and his 2 closest friends separated ways from Francesco Foscari, Matteo, and Marco. At that point, characters went their separate ways. The next day, there was a meeting in the Ducal Palace between 2 families. One of these families was the Galena family, who Marina Galena was accompanied by Matteo, whilst the Cora family, headed by Enzio Core, was accompanied by, much to everyone else's surprise, by an outsider, a Florentine noble by the name of Marco. They discussed politics, they discussed what it would take for Marina's representative to drop out of the race to become Doge, and they discussed wine, courtesy of the Florentine bottle brought to them by Marco. Marina had no intention of backing down. Enzio had no inclination of dropping his representative Tommaso Mocenigo from the race either. That came to an end, and the session came to an end with two events. One, Marco was approached by one of the men whose neck was cut by Giro in the bar fight, and Marco was told that there's a plot to assassinate Tommaso Mocenigo in 2 or 3 nights' time. Amerigo, who's the man's name, can't trust the city guard. His opinion is if he went to the city guard, he'd be arrested. Carlo Zeno, who is going to mastermind this plot, will have him killed, or the city guard will have him arrested and executed for being a traitor anyway. So if he went straight to the city guard with no one to vouch for him, he'd be a dead man. So he approached Marco, the man who saved his life in the bar fight. That was where that story had come up to. The other story, the story of the missing noble, came about with the invitation for Dorcas to attend one of the major schools, the Grande Scuole. In this school, there is a doctor, Enrico Rossi, who Vito, this is Dorcas's captain, his superior in the city guard, speaks to him on several occasions. But this time, Dorcas was actually brought in. And inside, on a table, there is the bloated corpse of a man. A man who Enrico explains is a Typolo, the Typolo that vanished a few weeks ago and was found by his family floating in the canal. Now, the family tried to hide this, but as talks and rumors spread, it reached the ears of Vito, Dorcas, and Enrico Rossi, who somehow managed to get hold of the body. Now, much to Enrico's alarm, the man on the table, the corpse, didn't meet his grisly end by drowning. He appeared to have died due to all the water being taken from his body, and that's what he believes has killed him. He then mentioned briefly something called the saltwater curse, which Dorcas, being a resident of Venice, has some idea of what it means, but not the full detail. Yep. Thanks, Ken. That guy there, that is Enrico Rossi. So, that is pretty much where we left it. And I will leave it up to you guys to let me know what you guys want to do. If you got any questions. Actually, no. Before we move on with the story, what I would like to do, I've completely forgot, because I said this before we started, is I want to go through character development. So in this game, character development normally happens in between stories. So you'll have a story, takes 3-4 sessions, and then you have downtime. And during this downtime, you get your experience for the story, how well you've done, how long the story's gone on for, what you've achieved, and additional experience for the duration of the downtime. And during this downtime, your characters can spend your XP to improve your character so that when the next story starts, everything is reset. All your spirit pool is back, your wounds are healed, your society pool is all refreshed, and your character is stronger because you've spent experience on improving stats or buying new traits. So, Ken, if you could bring up the image with the table for mundane trait development. Yeah, that's the one there. So I'm not sure if you can see all of it, but on the top row you have your stats. Next row is your skills. Next row is your expertise, language, to speak a new language, to read an existing language, your combat maneuvers, and signature maneuvers. Signature maneuvers are effectively if you've bought a combat maneuver and it's an action and you want to get better at it, you can learn that. You can turn into a signature maneuver, and that gives +10 to that roll, that action, whenever you use it. So, 2 sessions. So far, everything's gone really well. Great role playing. So I'm going to award you both, and Bill when he gets back. I'm going to say 10 experience each. So you've got 10 experience that you can spend now. The cost is, for a stat, is the level, the rank that you want to increase to. So if you've got a rank in 3, you want to go to 4, you'd have to spend 12. So it's not quite within this how much experience you've got now. But if you've got an expertise, for example, at 2, and you want to increase it to 3, it's 3 experience. For skills, it's if you want to go from 1 to 2, it costs 4.
And how do you get these maneuvers? Like, if I wanted to have like a maneuver, like what does that entail?
So it is the combat maneuver, whatever rank it is. So if the combat maneuver that you're interested in has a rank of 3, that means it'll cost you 3 experience, but you also need a rank 3 in the skill relevant to it. So if it's an unarmed combat maneuver, you'd need to have unarmed 3. Spend your 3 experience.
So if I wanted this riposte counterattack ability, I already have a perception of 3.
Yeah, so that's fine. So you could spend 3 experience and learn that.
And so that would just cost 3, and then I would have that additional ability.
Yep.
When
bearing in mind,
I can use it with a club. If I parry with a club.
Any melee weapon. Yep. Yeah. Bearing in mind, it uses your acumen dice pool because it's your reaction. So with control, it's memory muscle. You're doing the same actions that you've practiced over and over and over again. Yeah, but because a counterattack is a reaction, you use a different dice pool, which is acumen.
Yeah, I have good acumen. Well, that leaves me 7 more traits. 7 more experience. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah,
and say I wanted to increase my investigation from 2 to 3.
And that would cost you 3.
That would cost 3. And then
what's your? Oh no, wait. So investigation is a skill, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a skill.
Yes. Yeah, that would cost you 6 because it's 2 times 3.
Okay.
It'll cost you 6 experience. Yeah.
So if it was 3, for instance, and you wanted to raise like an influence, for instance, from 3 to 4, it would cost
8.
8.
Yeah.
I see. And then it would be 5 to raise any of the starting stats. Am I doing that wrong?
5.
Primary.
So like, when you say starting stats, what do you mean?
Oh well, so you got primary, spirit, and society. Okay, asked some questions, Miller, and I'll see if I can glean some stuff from what's going on.
Oh no, so anything under stats is all the same. Yeah. It's the rank you want to increase times 3.
Okay.
Just, times 3. So if you want to go from 2 to, if you want to increase a stat, any stat from 2 to 3, it's 9. If you want to buy a new stat, like you want to buy a first point in society, it would cost you 3. Bill, have you got any questions?
Not really. I was just looking through the combat maneuvers, and it looks like they function a lot like the D&D 3.5 feats. But they have prerequisites, and you can build from those.
Right.
Just in the structure. I'm trying to figure out which ones I want now.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I do want to do? I do want to raise my reflection. But I think I need to raise empathy first, right? Because I can only have so many ranks in reflection. Okay.
No. After character creation, the only cap on your expertise is your rank and your skill. So, what's your empathy?
I just have 1.
Got empathy in 1. Yeah. So, for you to increase reflection from 1 to 2, you'd need to buy a second rank in empathy. But if you wanted to buy another rank, if you wanted to buy 1 rank in intention, bring it from 0 to 1, you don't need to increase empathy. Empathy is just the highest you can bring your skill to, your expertise to.
Right. Okay. All right. So that's 4 points to raise my empathy to 2, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And so for instance, if I have a melee of 3, but I wanted to raise my parry from 1 to 2, how many points would that be?
2.
2 points.
Yep.
And can you go from 1 to 3?
Yeah. If you've got the experience points and you want to focus entirely on getting your parry from 1 to 3, and your melee is 3, then yeah, you can do that. That's fine. Just so long as you've got you're not exceeding the experience points.
Yeah. And if I wanted to raise, so it's the same with surveillance. If I have a surveillance of 1 but a perception of 3, I could raise my surveillance to 2. Is that correct?
Yep.
With 4 points.
2 experience. You can spend 2 experience, and you would increase your surveillance from 1 to 2.
Okay, that might be the thing that I'm doing.
And then that just gives you +5 to you, an additional +5, because now you'll have +10 to all surveillance rolls.
And then it's hard to do anything with just 1 experience point.
Yeah, but if we want to, I can just say, right, at the end of this session, start of next session, depending on how well you do with this story, because you've got the chance of finishing off one of the 2 stories tonight. If you do that, I can just say, right, here, have some more experience. Because it's a one-off. It's not like we're going to carry on for the next couple of weeks. I just want to give you an idea, give you a taste of how quickly you can make an impact with just a small amount of experience.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's quite a bit of impact.
Yeah, it's because you start as a starting character. It's designed so that your character's 16, 17, maybe 20, and you're still green behind the ears. You're not very good at anything. You might be half good at something, but you're not expected to be like a game changer. And the development's designed for you to go, right, okay, I want to ramp up. I know what I want to be good at. I don't want to get there within a couple of stories so that by the time you enter the 3rd or 4th story, you've got a character that you're there. And then once you're there with an idea of, I'm a good fighter now, and then you can develop on, right, I want to be a good fighter that specializes in this and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of increased low stats.
Yeah.
Like real low stats.
Yeah, it's much like every other game where it's not level based. The bigger stats cost so much, and you just think, right, okay, that's your decision, isn't it? Go for lots of little things or one massive skill.
Gotcha.
How are you doing, Miller? Still reading?
No, I'm pretty good. I picked up Piercing Mastery, and then
Okay.
raised my empathy by 1 and my reflection by 1.
Brilliant. Okay. I'm going to have a quick read of Piercing Mastery. Piercing Proficiency.
Or proficiency, yeah. Which
Yeah. Mastery's rank 5. So that's
okay,
yeah. So
What page is that on?
piercing. It's on it's the page after your bashing proficiency. So whenever you get an outcome of 4, you also gain the penetration tag. Penetration. When someone's got armor, you've got hardness and soak. Hardness reduces the amount of damage, full stop. Soak converts wounds into fatigue. But with penetration, you ignore the soak. And a lot of armors, their protection's 50-50. So if you've got penetration, you do really well, you'll do even more damage, even against plate armor, that sort of thing.
Right.
Cool. Right.
So you have Piercing Mastery now? Is that
Not
correct?
yet.
Oh.
Piercing Mastery is rank 5, and you've got to climb the tree.
Oh, yeah. So this is... What do you have piercing now? What's your piercing? Rank 4?
just proficiency. It's the first one. It's actually
It's only rank 2. It's rank 2. So it's because you've got bashing proficiency, so it's the same idea.
Oh, I see.
The
piercing.
better you are at that particular role. Oh yeah, it's split over the
two
pages.
Yeah, it's on 2 different pages.
Fortunately, yeah. But the better you get at piercing or bashing attacks,
Yeah.
that you get an extra little aspect to your combat, right?
Yeah.
If you both are happy with character development, we'll crack on with the story. So you've got two threads. I'll let you guys decide what you want to do, and if you've got any questions, I will answer.
I've got orders. We're in the night watch. We're working double shifts. We're making sure that the sailors, they don't cause too much trouble. The what's his name's
Hello, Zeno.
Yeah, Zeno's.
Yeah.
We're making sure Zeno's sailors don't cause too much trouble or get, attacked by random other people. We're trying to keep the peace a little bit. But I've got other orders kind of to find out more about what's going on with the Tipolo family, or what happened to the Tipolo
the missing noble
that passed away. So I'll probably follow up on that with the doctor, because he seemed to know more than I did, and I didn't want to get my boss too twisted around in that at the time, because I'm kind of protecting him a little bit, because he's just a guy like me, and he's got a lot more to lose than I do. But
Yeah. You've got, when you've seen them talk, you do get the impression that these two people trust each other.
Yeah.
They rely on each other as well. So does that mean you want to visit?
Yeah, I'll go visit the doctor.
Enrico again? Yeah, sure. Okay. Is this the following day or following night?
Yeah, just following, probably early evening. I was up till 8, so I need a good 6 hours of sleep. So it's probably 4 or 5 in the afternoon just before, closing. I don't know what doctor's hours are, but probably right before closing time for him.
Yeah, sure. Okay, no problem. You going by yourself, yeah?
Yeah, well, I got a lackey with me that I'll probably. I mean, because we're doing double shifts, so I'll probably always have a little lackey with me.
Do you leave
what's
your
his name?
lackey outside the door?
Yeah,
Or
leave him
do you
outside. I leave him outside.
Okay.
I don't want him to.
Yeah. Knock on the door. A servant opens the door, asks you who you are, who you're here to see.
Yeah, I tell him I'm looking for. Oh, what's his name?
Enrico Rossi.
Enrico Rossi. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. If you just say that, I'll let them know that you're here. She's young.
Okay.
Probably like a late teenager. She heads off. You can hear murmuring. She comes back and says, "Oh yes, coming in." You see that she looks out corner of her eye down the corridor, and then you get the impression that she's just been told to wait. And she, just as she's just invited you in, she kind of like, "Oh, what?" She looks to the side. Right, you can come in now. Yes. And down at the corridor, peering out of the doorway, the same doorway that you went to the night before, is Enrico Rossi. He beckons you in.
I kind of had the feeling that maybe you wanted to say a little bit more. Maybe you knew something about the Tapolo family that you could maybe tell me about, because I was a little surprised when I was like, the family didn't really want to know about it. It just seemed to me like you might have known something more than just why, the details of him being dead.
Well, as you can understand, their son's gone missing, found in a canal. Last seen departing one of the socialite parties, the Compagnia della Calza. It would tarnish their name if the details got out, which, forbid, I do not want to happen. They are a good family. They've given their patronage to many of the schools and many good causes in the city, so I'm not one to allow their name to be tarnished. But for the greater good, we need to make sure that this is a one-off, or if possible, find out who or what caused his death. As I mentioned, he died from having all the fluids removed from his body.
Yeah, like the saltwater curse, something like that.
Yes. Yeah.
So he was leaving a society party. I'm guessing his family's up for the Doge.
I think. Yes, I mean I don't know about the ins and outs of the politics, but I presume so. All I know is when I did speak to them and asked them what they knew, they said that the last time they saw him or anyone had seen him was he was with a rather attractive young lady at the party.
Okay.
Some rumored that they may have left together, but no one knows.
What was her name? Did anybody say?
No one said. You could perhaps
I have my contacts. I could probably find out.
He looks you up and down.
I wouldn't.
I mean,
I wouldn't go through official channels as I would keep it on the hush hush. I wouldn't mention any names. What was his name again? The Tipola fella, the noble that passed. Did you say?
his name. Sec, I'm gonna have to find out. One second. Julio Tipolo.
Julio. Julio.
Yes.
That's good to know. Anything else I might need to know? Anybody, I guess you probably wouldn't know if he had enemies or anything, but
No, of course not. No.
anything
No.
else fishy? Other than the guy's smell, a little fishy.
No, nothing fishy.
Well, thank you for the information.
If you do wish to, if you are going to be discreet and you do wish to speak to the Tipolo family, if you speak to the head of the Tipolo family, mention my name. That may
Okay.
give you half a chance of getting an audience with the family. But the rest is up to you. Just please be discreet, and please don't make any inappropriate fish jokes or anything like that.
You have my word. I'll keep this between you and I.
Excellent. Vito had said that you were a man of honor, and he has never let me down yet, and I hope you don't either.
Well, thank you very much, sir. And I take off. As I'm leaving and the outdoor, and I talk to my subordinate.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him an errand to do for me.
The power's going to your head.
Now, what I want you to do is I want you to go and gather up a bunch of sticks and put twine around them, and I want you to throw them in the waters. I want to see where that water's flowing, and maybe we can find out, and dredge up some of the areas, see if we can pinpoint maybe, like, if there's other bodies in the water. Can you handle that for me?
Yeah, sure, yeah. It takes a few steps away, and then stops, turns around, and goes, where do you want us to throw the sticks?
Well, just around in the alleys, and if they start to gather somewhere, maybe we'll do some fishing. You just throw them throughout the city, and if they come together at any point, that might be a X marks the spot kind of thing.
Okay, but there's there's like over 100 canals.
Well,
We're gonna need a lot of sticks.
Yeah, it's whatever floats. Just tie a little piece of twine around or something. Or you could just go looking, walk the streets, see where all the trash is gathering up, and maybe that's where we'll start.
Okay. Right. Could you make this is just to reflect your group? Mm-hmm. How many ranks have you got in your associates?
And your associates? I got 1 rank in the associates and 2 in my network.
Okay. I just want to gauge. Do you have right? Okay. Could I have an interaction, influence, authority, or reason? It's just so I've got an idea of how clear your instructions are, and how
I'm not very reasonable, and I'm not very authoritative. I'm charming. I'm just being nice to the guy. You just gotta sugarcoat that stuff on.
He is going to do exactly what you tell him to do. It's just I need to get an idea of exactly what it is you're telling them. So just make it interaction influence roll. You can, if you want, spend a society pool point and add either your backing or associates, and this increases the number of dice that you keep because you're using these people.
Okay, so that's so is that associates if I use the pool?
Yeah. So
if you use
a
quick question before I get too far, if you use the pool, does that number go down every time you use the pool?
Yep. Yeah. Once you reach 0, you've used all of your
and does it
connections.
Come back ever?
Yeah. When the story ends, and you go into downtime. Everything refreshes, and then you get all your pools back.
So did our pool come back between this session and last? So
it's all the same story. Yeah.
All right.
I think you've used it a couple of times, but I think your society pools is it 6 or something like that. So you've still got some points left.
I have a society pool of 9, so I got lots of points.
Brilliant.
No, not a society pool. I used my spirit pool before.
Right.
I did not use my so I used the spirit pool once, and this will be a society pool that I'm using once. So I'd like to use my associates, or should I use a network? Because I want it to be pretty wide, but I don't think the network is bigger than this area.
I will allow you to use either. So in a nutshell, you're still going to roll the same number of dice. So you're still going to roll your 6 dice for interaction. What's your influence?
My influence is 3.
Okay, so you're rolling 6. You're keeping 3, but if you spend your society point, you can keep 2 extra dice based on your network because you're using. And bearing in mind, if you're using your network, you're asking people outside of the city guard. You're asking people who, by the time this task's finished, you're going to have about 100 people who know you as city guard. They could be bakers, and they're all going to be doing this job for you. Yep.
I want a wide. I mean, I didn't say why. I just said,
Yeah, they'll do it. They'll all do it. I just want to get an idea of how big this net is that you're casting.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm setting it pretty wide because it seems like a big deal. Killing nobles, we better find out who does that because that's not good.
So you're rolling 6 and keeping 5.
Okay. Ooh. Let's see. That is 110.
Oh, he's going to get 70 again, isn't he?
Well, I just got 110.
Yeah.
Oh, you keep the other 5 then.
I'm just adding at 17 and 23. Trying to 7, 30, 40. And then, do I get a bonus of any kind, or is it just straight?
No.
So it's 40.
Right. Okay. I'm not going to tell you the difficulty. I will let you know when you want to come back to it, but it's going to take at least a day for your Venetian irregulars to finish this madly insane task of sending in twigs to all of the canals of Venice. But they will get it done. They will get it done. Right, Miller, over to you.
All right, so Marco, let's see. So after his meeting with Amerigo, which I believe was in the morning, he's going to meet up with his friend or his ally Enrique.
Yeah,
and they're going to look for properties, around the popular areas of Venice, to look for purchase for the school.
Yeah,
their new fencing school. And follow that up in the evening with dinner. Talk about the specifics. Then we'll part ways, and Marco's going to go look for Dorcas.
Okay. And how do you do that?
Well, I think I kind of know some of his routine, at least around the bank area.
You do know that you've seen him a few times. I mean, you spoke to him. It was at last session, the session before, but you know him in passing, where you're shutting up shop, so to speak, at the bank when he starts his beat. So you know that as a city guard, he's night watch, and he's based in the San Polo area, which is where you're based.
Right. Yeah. So I'll go look in, where general area where I think he might be. If not, then if he's not around, then I'll ask one of the other city guards. He said they're doing double watch, so it shouldn't be too hard to find one.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. After about half an hour, you get the impression that he's obviously busy. But you easily find another city guard. They say, yeah, sure. But you see, can I have a attention, perception, surveillance, please, Miller?
I don't have any surveillance, but I got a 13.
Yeah, no, that's fine. There's two of them. You're talking to one guy, and amusingly, really strange is that the other guy has got a twig, and he's wrapping twine around it. And the other guy isn't, but as you and the first guard are having a conversation, you're mildly distracted by the second guard, just twig about that big, and he's just wrapping twine around it. And you can think he's got a collection of them, so he's been doing this for, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. Who knows why? You do notice that in the conversation, the first guard turns to him, goes, "Will you stop doing that?" And he says, "Yeah, but I was told. He said it's for something important." And the first guy goes, "Yeah, okay, whatever." Yes, sorry, my lord. Yeah, I can send out word to Dorcas. Where do you want me to meet you?
You could just meet me at the tavern, wherever that one was that we ate last.
Oh, right.
Yeah, if he could just meet me there, I'll be there.
Right. Yeah. Sure. No problem. When?
As soon as possible. It's kind of important about events from last night.
Right. Yeah. Sure. No problem. Okay. Right. Yeah. They head off. Dorcas, after you send out your guys, they start doing their twigs and twine. It gets to about 9 o'clock when one of the guards from your Sicieri heads over, says, "Oh, finally. There's a noble. I think his name was Marco. He's not from around here. He wants to talk to you about something that happened yesterday at the troublesome pub, the pub where that fight started. I think you were there, weren't you?"
I think you're muted.
Yeah, Ken, I can't hear you.
I picked up a table. It was pretty good. I ran through the whole group. They gave me a nickname. They called me the Bull.
Ah, okay. Right.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was pretty funny. Huh? Oh, I guess I could go meet him. I was gonna go to this noble's house, but I think it might be too late. I might have to hit them up when I get off work tomorrow in the morning. Those nobles, they don't like late night visitors.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure they'll take people whenever.
You think
really,
so?
Yeah, it's nobles. They don't work like us. They don't have to get up in the morning. They just get up whenever they want. And,
I hate
how the other half live.
Bothering any of them nobles. I wonder if it's regarding the same stuff. Well, who knows? I don't.
Well, I'll see you later, Toro.
What was your name again, son?
Is this Alfredo?
Is this Alfredo?
Yeah, this is Alfredo. This is Alfredo.
Alfredo, yeah. I'll be down there, and then I plan on going. And I think, are there any society parties tonight, Alfredo?
I have no idea.
Oh well, why don't you go ask around, see if there's anything big happening with folks. I just want to make sure that keeping the peace is kind of the thing. So I might go hit a society party. Not go in or anything, but just make sure nothing, no trouble gets up.
He leans in, lowers his voice, looks around, says, "What's going on? What's happening? Is there something? Go on, you can tell me. What's going on?"
Well, I don't like to kiss and tell, but this whole Doge thing that's been happening, everybody gets all crazy. They start nitpicking and fighting and running amok. And, it's just up to us to keep things in line. So that's what's going on.
Okay. Well, I'll find out for you then. I'll find out if there's a party going on. So he heads off.
All right, thanks. I'll head to the bar.
Marco, when you head to the bar, there's one or two heads turn to you as soon as you open that door. There is an immediate there's tension until everyone realizes that you're in by yourself. There's no one following you in, and people seem to relax. There's a few faces you recognize from the night before. None of them are sailors that you reckon. Well, they could be sailors, but not from the group that Amerigo was with. Do you sit at the same table? Where do you sit? Where do you go?
No, I think I'm going to go to the bar.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna do a whole lot of drinking, but what I want to do is kind of spend the time that I'm waiting, being charming and kind of removing my name from what had happened. Make a better name for myself there.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. You're there for about half an hour. I won't ask for a roll. After about half an hour, there's a group of people come in. And within 10-15 minutes, they're circulating, talk circulating, your name is circulating, everything that happened yesterday is circulating, and you're just about finished your beer or wine or whatever it is that you're drinking when another drink is put in front of you, and the barman says, "This one's on the house," and he looks to you and then looks over to one of the arrivals that's sat down at a small table just behind you, like looks over your shoulder to them, and there's a nod to them, and then there's a nod to you.
Okay. Do I recognize who it is?
Yeah, it's not Amerigo, but it's one of the other three. So you turn around, he nods at you, he raises a glass to you, and says cheers, or the equivalent. and then they go back to their conversation. 20 or so minutes go by. Is there anything that you're still charming the group? You're still charming the bar, so to speak. Is there anything that you want to do? Anyone that you want to speak to or about?
Yeah, I'll talk to the owner or the bartender. So just about last night, if there was any damages we left, let me know and I'll make sure they get covered.
Oh no, you've covered enough. No, that's fine. That's fine. At least there's one good noble in this city. We just need Carlo Zeno to get in, and he'll sort things out. And as soon as the name Carlo Zeno is mentioned, they're behind you, just banging of tankards on the tables, and there's Zeno, and it's quite clear everyone in the pub loves Zeno. Just as the door opens again, one of the guys at the table and says, "Hey, come, sit with us. Sit with us." And one of them pushes a chair away from the table and beckons you forward. As you turn around to see this, coming through the door is the hulking form of the bull, aka Dorcas, entering the bar. And there's a few people murmuring Toro, Toro, as he comes in.
I'm gonna walk up to Marco.
Okay.
Good
Marco,
to see
do you
you.
sit down?
Oh yeah, good to see you too. Give me just a moment. So I'll step over to the table where they just invited me. And I'll be like, I apologize, but my friend has just arrived. I've been waiting for him, and we need to have a talk. But I'll make sure that you all. What are they drinking? Beer or wine?
Beer.
Okay. So I'll make sure your next 2 rounds are on me.
No. What you did for America. You saved his life against one of the elite. You don't owe us anything. America is one of the best. Underneath Carlo Zeno, there's his brother Niccolo, the second in command, and then beneath him and amongst his red caps, the one and only Amerigo, one of the most loyal, valiant men ever to fight for Venice. Always followed Carlo Zeno wherever he took him. You saved his life, you owe us nothing. And then they raise the glass to you as you head off, and then they also nod over towards Dorcas.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a drink, but then I'll make sure I'll wave at the bartender, be like, 2 rounds here on me.
Yeah.
All right. Dorcas, glad I have you here. Have you eaten yet?
No. I guess I really haven't. It's I guess it's good time for second breakfast.
All right. Is there a quiet corner of the bar we can go to?
Yeah. There's like a table underneath the balcony stairway, that sort of thing. So yeah. In the corner, away from everyone else.
I could eat. I still haven't seen my contact with the courtesans, but I was planning on going and seeing if I could find her tonight. I thought I'd introduce you to.
You know one of the courtesans, huh?
Yeah, I do. I think we talked about it the other day, but you said something about a fencing club, and I thought she might bring some spirit.
Oh, right. The club's been on my mind quite heavy these days. Yeah, it's quite the endeavor. But yes, let's have a little chat, and then we can
Yeah.
We can go see if she's about.
What are you looking for?
Well, this is going to have to remain quiet. I came upon some information, and I know that you're trustworthy. You have a very high degree of integrity that's rare in this city these days. I caught wind of a rumor that, yeah, I'm going to have to be real quiet, and I'm going to look around to make sure there's nobody listening.
Could I get a presence?
Just
Yeah. Presence, stealth. Let's say hide.
all right. What all can I use to up that? Because I don't have any stealth at all. Spirit.
Well, stealth, you should have 1 rank in stealth because it's a natural skill. So you've got at least 1 rank in that. Is it the dice pool that you're wanting to replace, or is it the?
Oh no! If I can just add 1, can I spend some society to add 1? I don't know if I can do that.
What society ranks? Which of the 6 have you got? I'll see if they're relevant.
I've got associates, backing, contacts, estate, and network. That's 1, 2, 1, 3, 3.
Okay, with estate, I'll let you spend 1 society point and keep an additional number of dice equal to your estate. A part of estate is education, and being well educated, upper class, the certain decorum of whenever you're at a dinner party or having a dinner, you're having a conversation, you know exactly how to communicate and have no one else around you. However, the only issue is the person you're talking to doesn't quite have that same education.
Right.
So there will be a difficulty, but I am not going to tell you what that difficulty is. So you can keep more dice because this is you, but whether or not Dorcas picks up the subtle nuances and the etiquette cues and so forth is entirely up to me, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Oof. That's a 15. A 1. Yeah. 1.5.
So
You got-
Darkness is like saying everything you say but louder.
That's what I'm getting at here. So, how many dice did you roll? How much was your presence?
4 for my presence. And then I kept all 4 of them because I have a 3 in estate and 1 in...
And you got 13 in that roll in total?
Yeah. 15. Sorry.
15. Okay, 15.
Bad.
Okay.
I rolled that.
Yeah, not good.
Right, okay. Have your conversation. I'll let you guys roleplay it. Bear in mind, Ken, you are exactly right. You may end up repeating certain things.
So I heard a rumor that that there's a plot out that has to do with the possible murder of one of the folks running to be Doge.
You heard a rumor about a plot, like a murder plot on somebody's trying to be Doge?
Perhaps this conversation should wait until after we eat.
Yeah, I do want some food right now. I'm pretty hungry. I'm feeling a little, lightheaded.
Okay, yeah, so I'll call the waitress over and
Yep.
Get some food, and we'll just
Food.
small talk.
Drinks. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
I don't usually drink this much when I'm on shift, but it just seems like the right thing to do right now.
All right, so yeah, I'll just chit chat, small talk until we're done.
Yeah.
Then we can go. So, and once we leave, I figure it's probably getting pretty late. So it'd be easy to find an alleyway or somewhere where we can.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll come
so-
out with you, and we can go down to just around the corner in that alley right there. That sounds pretty good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. When you head out, you easily find a discreet, empty alleyway.
All right.
Sorry.
That's okay. I get it. It's frustrating for Marco. It's hilarious for me. Okay, so what I was talking about earlier, and I need you to be professional and very considerate. It's a very delicate situation. I believe that this Carlos Zeno intends to murder Tommaso Mosinago. And I think we definitely need to keep it very quiet. I would rather have the law of Venice be the arbiter and not just another one of the families that's involved, if you understand my meaning.
Well, that sounds like some mighty serious charges. You said Zeno plans on murdering Thomas who? What was his name?
Tommaso Mosinago?
Yep.
How do you? Is
You
was
know
the
him.
second name? I know. I'm just I couldn't hear what.
It's Mocenigos. Mocenigo. Mocenigo.
Okay. Tommaso. Oh, Tommaso Mosinigan. So he's running for Doge, I guess, too. I don't think I mean, I heard of him. I didn't know he was running. That's Oh no, I did know. He seems like most people on the street like him pretty good. But that is concerning.
Yeah, he seems to be more the like the nobles' choice and the society, the older money's choice, rather than the people's choice. Personally, I would not want to see nobles murdering each other. You know,
Yeah.
for political gain. And if it is true, I would hate to see the new Doge, get there by devious murder. Doesn't
I
seem like
agree.
the kind of person that I would want running the city.
I agree. What are your thoughts? How do you think we catch Zeno from doing something so nefarious?
Well, that's one of the reasons I came to you as the city guard. Like I said, I know your impeccable integrity, and I think you may have a few other city guard that you may be able to trust without getting the information out too far, into the hands of other nobles.
Well, unfortunately, I have to say that we're on the wrong side of this. I mean, we're kind of just cleaning up and just finding noble people. I don't right know the plots and why they're all this stuff is happening. I mean, other than clearly they want to be the Doge. Seemed like last night Zeno's sailors, they were just, having a little R&R, and the nobles were going after him. Your buddy,
Zero is not my friend.
Tribuno, and pulling an F like that, I think that was pretty uncouth. But I appreciate what you did. I think you did the right thing, and I respect you for doing such. Made my job a lot easier.
Yeah, Zero is not my friend, and after his showing last night was his chance to prove to me he was worth being friends with, and he proved the exact opposite.
I will probably have to, I have my city guard doing an art project for me right now. We're doing some research, seeing what's going on. So maybe, hopefully, no more nobles die. But I have a feeling that, some more are going to happen, and we can't be everywhere at once. But I think the plot might start to reveal itself as time goes on, and nobles killing each other.
Was there a noble's death? I hadn't heard.
It's just that kind of time. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on in the bar last night? That was something, just, I think, a prelude maybe of things that are worse to come.
Mm-hmm. So, all right, I want to see, can Marco tell that he's lying?
Yeah. So, okay. Can I get from you, Ken? Could I get interaction, guile,
Yes.
deceive, and then what's your reflection?
A 2, so 20.
That's 20. Okay.
Interaction,
Yeah.
and then deceive. All right.
So, yeah.
Not great. We're going to go with no 10s. And I don't have any deceive points.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
so
14. No, 15. 15.
Okay. Right. Ken, Dorcas is pretty confident that he got away with that. Miller,
I think I got away with it.
that was atrocious. He's clearly not telling the truth.
Yeah. All right, so in the conversation, it's okay. You don't have to tell me the details, but I would prefer you not lie to me.
Well, ongoing investigations and stuff. I know your family. You're not from around here. You don't. You're a noble, but I don't think you have a opportunity to be Doge. Why do you care?
Oh, no, I'm from Florence. I'm not trying to be Doge myself at all, but my family does have interests here in Venice, and I would much rather prefer a more stable city for our ventures going forward.
Do you have a favorite, a pick of your own, someone that you like?
As far as a favorite, no, that doesn't matter. But I can tell you, if this plot is true, Carlo Zeno's at the bottom of the list.
Yeah.
Well, I will do what I can to ensure that he's not.
I wouldn't let anybody in the city let you hear that. I try to stay out of politics, but my loyalty is to the city of Venice.
Of course.
I think we should go go see that courtesan. See if we can. I got my feelers out for where the society party is tonight. Maybe you could help me get in.
Oh. I didn't receive any invites for tonight. Not sure.
Well, it's a big city. Something's always going on. It could be a small gathering.
You're right. Let me see if I can talk to a few people.
Well, I think that's good.
Yeah, so I will. Let's see. I've got a big network. I also have the fencing club. So I'm sure I know a couple of people that would be
So
that I could go to find out the goings on.
yeah. So this would be like a task. So you two depart, go your separate ways. So for this sort of role, it would be something like interaction. You can either go down the route of investigation, rumors, research, that sort of thing, or something like influence, charm, reason, authority, where rather than going out and hunting down a name, you pick someone that you know, and then you try and get them to do something for you or tell you if they know anything in particular. Either way, you could add your you could use your network to increase the number of dice that you keep. But as you pointed out before, you have no invite, and I think, as mentioned, the first or second session, when you joined, you did get invited, and then ever since then, and this has been years, it's quite clear you're not a Venetian, you're not special enough, so you haven't had any invites, and you will struggle to find someone who could help you get a door in, unless you can think of someone who you've met in game.
Well, I mean, I could go. You said I can't really find my person.
Well, when you two part ways, Marco sets off thinking, right? Who do I know?
Marco, we should meet back in maybe an hour or so. Why don't we meet back at the fountain down the block?
Sure, yeah, sounds good.
Okay. When Dorcas heads off, sure enough, it's been about 2-3 hours since you set him off. But he comes back, he's panting, says, you're such a hard person to find, despite being such a tall person.
This is Alfredo.
This is Alfredo. That's right. There's no party on. There's rumours that there might be another party tomorrow night. I'm not sure. Something's going on. From what I get, there isn't that many invites going out. Something going on. And then Alfreda kind of looks to you and goes, is this something to do with the twigs?
The what?
The twigs. You've
twigs.
Got everyone chucking twigs.
Yeah, well,
into the water.
I just, we're it's a ceremonial thing, throw the twigs in the water and see where it goes. You got to read the twigs. It's a whole celebration
whatever.
thing.
Yeah, whatever. I'm finished. Can I go back to my shift now?
Yeah. Why don't you go keep an eye on Carlo Zeno's boats? If a big group of them go out for any reason, I'm gonna be by that fountain over there for a little bit, and I might be walking the canals. So you find me if big group of them.
If I survive. Those guys are crazy.
No, they're not crazy. They're good people. People love Carlo Zeno.
Yeah, but those sort of people don't like city guard.
Yeah. Well, just stay out of sight.
Oh,
Just,
God.
go
So
down the
you want me-
block and act like you're on break or something.
All right. And you want me to keep an eye out and see if anyone leaves
No, if
the
there's a big
Bisidamar?
group, if a big group of them go somewhere, I worry that, trouble follows those guys.
Right, okay then. Okay, yes, okay. At that point, Alfredo sighs one last time and then heads off on the next errand you've given him.
Thanks,
Marco.
Alfredo.
Over to you, Marco.
Yeah. Yeah, so I do want to find out if there's a party going on. I was thinking maybe of stopping by Frederico's house. Would it be too late at night right now?
Federico?
Yeah.
The noble from the bar fight? Oh, is there another?
Or was it Francesco? Twice.
There's Francesco Foscari, who was he was at the bar fight, and he left with you and Matteo.
Okay. Right. So yeah, he was the one that was the one of Giro's group that looked the least attached to it. Right?
Yeah, he left. He was disgusted just as much as you.
Okay.
Yep, finding him is pretty easy. He's got his family owns a very large mansion along the Grand Canal. So yeah, takes you 30-40 minutes to get there. But yeah, you're at the door of the Foscari residence.
Okay. Does it look like people are still up? They've got lanterns going.
Yeah. People are moving around. Whether it's servants. So in most Venetian buildings, you've got 2 or 3 floors. The ground floor is the servants' floor, and then the first. In England, you got ground floor, first floor, second floor. Obviously, in America, you got the first floor, the second floor. So your second and third floor is the noble quarters. So, but you can see people moving. Candles are lit, curtains are open on all floors.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll go up and ring the bell.
Yeah, sure. You don't wait long. Servant comes to the door, opens it, bows slightly, says, "How can I help?"
Oh, good evening. I came to call upon Francesco, if he is in tonight.
I believe he is. If you just come in. Beckons you into like a wide hallway. There's a seat and a table, like hooks for coats, etc. He departs, comes back, and he's talking to someone through the doorway, and Francesco comes out, looks at you at first, doesn't quite recognize you, but still dismisses the servant, and says, "Yes, hello, can I help you?"
Oh, yes, Marco from last night.
Yes, apologies. Yes, of course. Yes, Giro. Yes, what's up?
Well, I came to speak with you about that. You seemed a little put out by Giro's behavior, at least as much as I was.
Well, just he's not always like that. It's not always like that. Some days he's a worthy, good noble, and other days he's not. So, yeah.
Ah, I see. Is it the stress of the election that's getting to him, you think?
Who knows? Who knows? He's keeping a distance away from you. It's quite clear he's not sure about you. You've come out of the blue. There's no invitation, no prior arrangement, and yeah, there's a certain nervousness around him.
Oh, well, I apologize if I'm disturbing your evening. I didn't mean to intrude if you had other obligations.
No, not really. I mean, yes, I'm forgetting myself. Yeah, sorry. Come in. So he opens the door at the other end of the hallway, and as you walk in, you can see that there's a atrium, like overhanging balconies, a courtyard. The building is far more sumptuous than yours, and you can see that there's family members having like a little tea party in the middle of the courtyard, and then when they see Francesca bringing through an unknown face, an elderly lady calls out and says, "Francesca, come on! Who is this? Is this a new friend?" And you can see like his shoulders sag, and he goes, "Yes, mother. This is what's your name again? Marco
de Medici.
Right.
Of
I'll introduce you to my family. Yes. Guess the collection of tables, chairs pulled out for you to sit. You're introduced, and within moments of you sitting down, the mother is yap, talk, all about you. How do you know Francesca? Did you know Francesca's a diplomat? He's going to be heading out, very important role. You're just overwhelmed by maternal adoration towards her son. And on the other side, you can see Francesca getting slightly uncomfortable with the over affection being demonstrated.
Okay. I'm gonna roll some dice and let the numbers speak for myself. I want to be incredibly charming to his family.
Okay.
Who else is there, by the way?
There is a elderly man, roughly the same age as the mother. You quickly assume that that's the father. There are no other people the same age as Francesca, but you can see that there's presumably grandchildren or nieces and nephews just running around, and servants are like chasing them, playing with them. But the three members of the family are all sat around two tables. They've just finished eating. You're served a drink. There's a few nibbles, some scraps left over that they can rustle up, make a meal for you, that sort of thing. But the father seems pretty quiet.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I want to be charming to the family, but I think I want to use composure instead of interaction, so that I can present myself as charming without making Francesco feel any worse than he already does.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it's relevant because you've got two factors here. One, after about 5 minutes of conversation, it's quite clear that you're being grilled. There's good cop, bad cop happening on you. While she's asking you questions about her son, she's gauging you for who you are. Are you the same level of as importance as her son, who is the most important person in Venice as far as she's concerned? And on the flip side, you have the father who is staring with you with absolute scrutiny. So if you're using composure, that's you not just being charming, but it's you keeping a level head whilst you're being interrogated. So yes, I'll quite happily let you roll that.
All right. Yeah, and I'll probably lean on the fencing school thing to both show that her son is safe, and I can teach him valuable skills. All right.
Yep.
Ooh, there's 10. So it's 33.
Okay. So, because you're using composure, by the end of, you've had your drinks, your meal, good conversation, 20, 30 minutes has passed, you're out of the opinion that you don't feel you've hit the mark that the mother was laying out. Would you have been pushing your own importance forward, or would you have been more reserved in your composure, as in, I'm going to say these things, I'm not going to boast, they can take me as I am, or are you going to go for, I'm going to make as big as an impression as possible?
No. In this instance, very, very humble ego-wise.
Right. The father, on a couple of times when you're talking, he kind of smiles and nods, and that level of scrutiny is pretty much gone by the time you've had that conversation. But as far as the mother, who is a Cateruzia Michelle, it's quite clear. She's quite obnoxious. It's quite clear that in her eyes, you're not good enough to be, even with the fencing school, the foreign money, that sort of thing. You're not good enough for her son. But you're not too sure if that opinion is shared by the father, who is Niccolo Foscari.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not trying to marry this guy.
But what you do glean from it is Cateruzia is old money. You know that name, Michel. They've had at least one Doge. They are old money. But Foscari is new money, which then poses the question: this wedding, this marriage between these two families, who was it most advantageous to? And you're getting the impression that the family that the Cateruzia is from, they weren't as rich as they would like to let on, and the monies and the wealth, and therefore the power is from the Foscari family. And as you're talking humbly about money and everything, the fencing club, your family, the banking,
Bank, yeah.
the husband, the father, is interested. So it's whether it's up to you if you want to push that or leave that, something like that. But
No, I'm not going to push it.
Yeah. No, that's fine. So after 40 minutes goes by, Francesco says, right, well, me and Marco have got prior arrangement. I apologise, Mother. I'd completely forgot about it. Come on. He stands up, just to you, and the two of you head out and leave the mansion. As soon as he gets out, because I apologise so much for her. She's just, oh God, I needed to get out of there, some fresh air. At least with Giro, there's none of that. It's just, let's get out, do what we want, and there you go. Rather than, oh God. So yeah, so it can't be just about last night. I mean, yeah, Giro's an asshole. So what? What's going on?
Well, to be honest, I'm I've been kind of tasked by my family to help develop more business here with our banking and trade empire, and was hoping, since you're one of the few local nobles that I've run into, I was hoping that you would enjoy more amicable company on your social outings.
Well, how far does your banking go? Because at the moment, I'm the secretary to the envoy to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. So trade routes, that's what my father's all about. If your family deals with foreign money, exports, imports, then yeah, possibly. I mean, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Yeah. But for me, my father, not side in Venice. There's too many bigger names controlling everything in Venice. Sometimes it's better to look further afield, like Durazzo or Crete or Ubio, just anywhere not Venice. But we arrived too late at the party, as my father says.
Well, I understand. Well, I had no idea you held such an esteemed title.
Yeah, well, it's not that esteemed. I'm only the secretary to the envoy. So, but, you know, I'll be heading off in a few weeks, so God knows when I'll come back. So yeah. But it's, yeah, it's one of those things. And then it kind of looks around, says, right, come on, let's have a few drinks or whatever, see what the night offers us. And then you head off with him.
Yeah.
Here. You're right. Back over to Dorcas. Dorcas, you've sent out an errand. So you've sent out Alfredo to keep an eye on the ship. That could be some time. You've sent out people throwing out sticks across all of Venice. That's going to take some time. It's going to take at least a day. Is there anything else that you were wanting to do? Is there any other leads in your investigation that you would like to try out to approach?
I think there's one other approach. I know that some of the palace guards are doing a little gambling, and I don't know exactly where they're doing this, and so I think I'm gonna go back to where I ran into Horatio, and maybe look for some. I'm gonna go wait for Miller's character, Marco, to see if he can go with me. I'm gonna go find him, and then I'm gonna be like, "You gambling man."
Okay, I just need to check on something. One moment.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and run to the bathroom if you want to.
All right, we'll take a break right now. So that's that's what we're doing. We'll be back. Welcome back. This is Geeky Gamer Podcast. We're playing the Linen Tapestries with the game creator. Very a game full of intrigue, and we go deep into the Legends of Venice with John Wilson.
Right. Great. So, as I was saying, so Dorcas has a guy watching over the Bissa de Mar, the ship of Carlo Zeno. He's going to report back if he sees a large group of people leaving the ship. 2, he sent out about 100 people, sending out twigs and twine into the canals of Venice to see where it flows.
I didn't know Dorcas was into science.
A man of learning. He is pre-Renaissance. Pre-Renaissance. So, is there anything else that you are wanting to do? You had mentioned just before the break that you wanted to check up on the city guard that you'd overheard having a conversation with someone about a debt that he owes.
Yeah.
The name of this palace guard was Orazio. Over to you. What do you want to do?
Well, I just wanted to. I presumed it was that they were gambling or something like that, and maybe if I'm walking around with a little bit of a noble with me, maybe I'd have more inroads potentially than. So I'll go and wait for Marco by the fountain. I presume I'm waiting a while. I'm just kind of keeping my eyes open.
Yes, you do know, everyone knows, especially in the city guard and the undesirables, that there is another tavern called the Anatra Nera, and they have a private room for gambling. It's nobles do join the gambling, but it's not for anyone off the street.
Right.
It's a high value gambling. Whether it's dice or whatever.
I'll wait for Marco to come back.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking when what's his name? Francesco. I keep wanting to say Federico, but I know that's wrong.
Yeah.
Francesco.
Yeah, Francesco. When we head off, I'll tell him, well, if you don't mind, I do have to go meet a friend, the Toro de Venezia. If you don't mind, if you don't mind coming with me, he's quite the character.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. As long as there's drink, I'll be happy.
Sure, we'll get around to that.
Yeah, he does mention it's a shame that with everything that's been going on, that the Compagnia is not opening its doors anytime soon.
It is a shame, but it's understandable. Once there's a new Doge, I'm sure there'll be more fanfare.
No, you don't know, do you?
I'm sorry.
You don't know. Member of the Typolo family disappeared 2-3 weeks ago. The last seen leaving the premises with he is some lucky man to have spent any time with her. One of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. But looks like his luck ran short and he's disappeared. Some say that he's run off with her. And if that's the case, he's going to be in trouble. But that was several weeks ago. And someone's mentioned that she's been seen since, and he's not been seen by anyone. But that's rumors. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You know?
Well, I hope it's definitely not the worst that could happen.
Yeah.
Did he mention their names?
He mentioned that there was a member of the Typolo family.
Okay.
Gone missing, but he didn't give any first names and doesn't name the courtesan.
Okay.
Right, you guys meet up. Much to your surprise, Dorcas, there is a familiar face accompanying Marco, and it's one of the nobles that fought yesterday on Giro's side, but wasn't involved in any of the holding the blade. He seemed to have been fighting next to Marco most of the brawl. He seems to recognize you immediately, you being a mountain of a man.
Thanks for meeting me back here. I heard there might be some, maybe a game going on down the way. They probably wouldn't let me in on my own, but a noble like yourself might help get me in the door. Maybe so I can ask a few questions at the venue.
Oh, a game, you say? What kind of game?
Well, gambling. I don't approve of it personally. I don't gamble my money. I earn my money the way a good man should. But there's some gambling going on. Maybe some intrigue, and I just kind of wanted to check it out. Maybe listen in. All this trouble going on.
Sounds
we
more
talked
exciting
about
than this
before. Yeah,
Yeah, sounds more exciting than this fountain here. Francesco, are you down for some gambling?
He looks back to Dorcas and says, but you're not getting anywhere dressed like that. You're dressed like a city guard.
Well,
So you can and which gambling den is this that you're thinking of? Because there's plenty.
well, it's one down near the. It's near. What is that? I don't think I have the name of it.
It was
You just
the
told me. didn't you?
Anatra Nera.
Anatra Nera.
Anatra. Yep.
It
goes,
was.
"Oh, Yep.
It's kind of a
Mascara.
seedy place.
No,
They
it's not.
they let most people in, I think.
Oh no, you need a bit of money to get through the door.
Oh. Well, I
So
don't-
if you're not a gambling man, he looks over to you. Marco, are you a gambling man?
Oh, I've dabbled occasionally. It's not a big passion of mine, no.
Oh, okay, well, is this city duty, city guard stuff, or is this just you've?
I'm just
We
looking
get
for a
it.
fella, Horatio. I was seems like he had something he needed to talk about. I just wanted to follow up on it.
Horatio. It's not a name that I know.
Yeah.
Right, well, you get changed, and I'll pay you in. Just to see the big man sit at the table. I'll pay to see that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to teach me how to play.
Oh no, no. As I say, I'm paying for the entertainment. Paying for the
All right.
entertainment.
Well, I'll.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, do I have any clothing
I'll take
that
you
would?
the best I can.
That
No, you
would,
need to get changed because at the moment you're dressed with thick
Yeah, the
armor.
guard.
Thick clothes. Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd have to go home, get changed, and then it won't take long. You only live nearby, so that's fine. So time passes. All three of you arrive at this tavern. Despite this reputation, this is a prim and pristine premises. You will not find any sailors here or any fighting. It is a respectable establishment. However, when you do go in, some of the clientele bear scars. So while it's not cheap in here, it still has that little bit of the clientele that you found in the Scylla Caridi. So, but sure enough, Francesco Foscari guides you to the bar. He then looks to one of you two to pay for drinks. And you both overhear him talking to a man behind the bar. Not sure if it's the innkeeper or just another barman. They mutter about, is there a game on? What's the price? Who's there? And there's a series of names that stand out, but none that you know. There are no noble names. There's no family names mentioned. It's all first name. And once the 6 names have been given, Francesco seems quite relieved because there's a certain name not mentioned. So whichever you get the drinks, he holds up his tankard and says, "Right, come on then, big man. Let's see you on the table. Let's see how well you do." He then heads over towards a corridor in the corner. Head down. Knocks 3 times. Doors opened. Hands over some coins to a man who's almost as big as you, Dorcas. And sure enough, you're led downstairs into a fairly dim lit room around a table, and people are playing dice. There's a 2 foot by 2 foot tray, and these bone dice are being rolled, and there's people have got small piles of coins. in front of them, like just like on the lip of the tray, but behind the lip of the tray, right in front of them or to their side, there is a lot of money. People here are dressed very, very well, but you're not sure if they're nobles. Marco, if they are nobles, you've never seen them before. Foscari, he introduces you both. He just calls you Toro and calls you Demichi, and that's all they need to know. He puts down the money, but to their surprise, and they're a bit hesitant to accept it, but he provides the money, but he doesn't sit down, and he gestures for Dorcas to take a stool next to the table.
Yeah, I'm not used to this much money. This is probably a surprising amount of money for me.
Yeah. This is more money that you earn in about 3 months, and he's just giving it to you to piss around with. So yeah, he.
Yeah, okay. I go and sit at the table. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I say it pretty loud. I don't know what I'm doing, fellas. So you're gonna have to cue me in.
Said like a true hustler. Could I get a composure? Now it's up to you whether it's guile or influence, because you either telling the truth or you're lying.
Well, I'm telling the truth and I'm trying to be charming about it.
Okay, so I'll have composure, influence, charm.
Okay.
And the reason for composure is you clearly don't know what you're doing, and you're being honest. So it's more of your body language whilst you're talking rather than what you're saying.
Yeah, I probably knock over the coins, and then I pick them back up again.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got 2 10s, and I keep 3.
I think your influence is 3.
Yeah. And then I add 10, so that's 48. Oh wait, no, that's 55.
How many dice did you roll for composure?
4. I might be doing this wrong. So I rolled 2 10s, but I keep 3. So I can't roll anymore. I just keep all the dice.
Yeah, you keep all 4 dice.
Okay.
So what's the total on the 4 dice?
10, 20, 30, and then 8 and 7 is 15. So that's 30.
So that's 35. 35 plus your 10 from charm. That's 45. Right. Okay.
45. Yeah.
Yep. So they are right. Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I didn't mean to do it wrong, fellas.
So Marco gets the best perspective here. Complete outsider, huge man, sits down, knocks his elbow, knocks some coins over, and he's sorry about that. You can tell in their faces after the first dice roll, they're thinking, yeah, this guy knows exactly what he's doing. This is just a ruse. It's not the first time. Then after about the 3rd or 4th or 5th time, they realize that this isn't an act. This is the man who's just sat down at one of the most expensive tables and is, at the moment, throwing away 2 months' worth of salary. To your side, you can hear Francesco giggling away. He's loving it.
So right. What I hit on a 19, I think I hit on a 19, right? Because you need to get close to 21, and so I don't have enough. I just need more.
There's 6 other players, and 5 of them are quite happy to entertain that. But there's one guy who says, "Hold on, no. This is a serious table, serious money. Francesco, you are bringing disrespect to this table by bringing this galumphing idiot to this table. Are you making a fool of all of us? And Francesco stutters. He says, no, that's not my intention. Just, he's a friend. He saved a friend's life. He wanted to do this, and this is just out of my courtesy from me. It's not a disrespect to any of us. He then leans over to you, Dorcas, and just like, he's a bit more just watch and learn.
Okay. I will.
Just watch and learn. Yeah. Dial it back. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. It's gambling. It's dice. We have dice. It's only natural then for us to roll dice. So, considering there's a heck of a lot of money, all three of us are going to roll 2d10s. And whoever gets closest to 15, not highest, but closest to 15, wins. So, Dorcas, you're you, and me and Miller are the 6 other people around the table. Okay. If Miller wins, it's the guy who was offended and suggests that this is a joke by Francesco to make fun of all of them. Okay? And for me, it's just the other people who were just laughing along. For them, the game's not that important.
You can't charm everybody.
So, as close to 15 as possible.
Whoa.
I got 10.
I got 20.
I got
You got 20? No, you got 11. Right. The angry man wins. Marco, you and Francesco keep getting the drinks. You're playing for about 30-40 minutes. All the money given to you, Ken, is slowly dwindling away. Halfway through the game, as all your money is slowly going towards the angry man, as he shall now be known henceforth. You notice a familiar face enters the room. It is the guy, the smaller guy, the one that was talking to Orazio, the one who talked about Orazio losing. And this guy covered Orazio's debt, and now he was wanting debt plus interest from Orazio. But instead of money, for a favour to be settled. He walks in. And as he walks in, a lot of people say, hey, Filippo. He kind of looks around. He notices a lot of familiar faces, but there's 2 faces that he's never seen before. He kind of looks a bit strange at the big man at the table. And looks over to you, Marco. Doesn't know you either. And then he moves over to one of the other guys that's in the background, and they have a conversation, and he's looks very confused. But he's interested. Okay. Ball is in your court, Dorcas. How do you want to keep on going? You've lost half the money. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm going to look at Francesco and say, this is more money than I make in a long time. I can't lose all this money. This is kind of hard on me.
Well, then don't.
I'm worried. I'm worried here. Maybe I should quit while I'm behind.
If you want to. He leans into you, whispers, "You wanted to come here. Why did you want to come here? You got the seat at the table.
You see that little fella over there? I wanted to talk to him. Maybe you could get. He might recognize me, but maybe you could get Marco, have a conversation with him. and I'll just keep playing, because I think well, he owes money, and I just want to know what he's gonna do to.
He taps you on the shoulder. I'll take over. You two talk, or whatever it is you need to do. I've got you here. I'll keep playing. You do whatever it is the city needs you to do.
Thank you, Rattler.
Okay. He stands up. You stand up. Move away. He sits down and checks how much money he's got left. Begins to regret this idea, but he carries on playing.
Yeah.
What do you two do?
I'm gonna talk to Marco and tell him exactly what I just told Francesco. See that little man over there? I need to figure out what he's what they're trying to plot. I mean, he owes a lot of money, and I don't think he has it. So they're gonna ask him to do something. It's no good.
Oh,
Maybe he'll give some insight. Yeah. I think he'd recognize me, though. I stand out in the crowd a little bit. I might be wearing different clothes, but I think he'd know who I was. So I better stand back on this one. But I'll keep an eye out for you if you want to try and get in there.
The two of you.
All right.
What are your awareness? It's the defense and the perception.
I got a perception of 3, awareness of 2.
So you got minus 20. What about you?
Yeah, minus 20.
Miller?
Minus 10 for awareness.
Okay.
A surveillance of 2.
Right. Okay. Millie, you don't notice anything, but Dorcas, as you're talking, you overhear another name that you've heard before. The name is Niccolo Zeno. Niccolo Zeno is the brother of Carlo Zeno, and the person who's just named him is Filippo. It looks as though that is the man Filippo is talking to. It's almost, you've only just heard it. It's that kind of cocktail party effect where you're having a conversation, but then someone says a trigger word and you stop in mid-sentence and then think, did I just hear that right? And you're sure it's Filippo's voice talking to he's just named the man he's talking to.
Oh, he's talking to Niccolo.
Yeah, he's Niccolo Zeno.
Oh, so he's from the boats.
Yep.
He's a boat fella. Oh, that's a strange. I wouldn't think they let his type in here.
What he's doing?
What do you think we should do, Marco? You think we should follow them when they leave, or what?
Well, when you mentioned that you think they might be up to something to get that guy's debts paid off, Marco would definitely adjust where he's at in the room to get a better view of the table, so that he's also in earshot of whatever conversation is.
Could I get attention, perception, surveillance? But what's your overlooked as well? Because obviously you're listening in, but you don't want to be seen to be listening in. So if you could just make that roll and then tell me what your overlooked is, just so I've got an idea of how overlooked you are. And the same for you, Ken, if your character wants to listen in, or if you want to do the talk and while Miller talks, while Miller listens.
I'll I mean, I'll just kind of be quiet.
Yeah, if you've got who were overlooked, it might not be wise to make this roll.
Yeah, it's I
Yeah,
don't
sorry.
want to. I don't want it.
I got a 23.
Yeah.
And my overlooked is only -10.
Right. Okay. Roll then. Pretty noisy. You're also in a conversation with someone else. Yeah. Just gonna roll. 10. Okay. Ken, could I get a D10 roll from you? And if you get a 9 or a 10, Filippo recognizes you.
I got a 7.
Okay, he does not recognize you. There is no reason for them to look over towards you. Right. Marco, what you pick up is just snippets. It's quite a noisy room, despite the game that's being played. There is a name mentioned, Orazio, and one other word, door. And that's all you can clearly pick up. Orazio, door. 10 minutes go past. Those two start to leave. Francesco is actually winning some of his money back. What are you two doing?
I'll probably thank Francesco. I'll probably go up and tap him on the shoulder. You know, this place is just out of my league, I think. But I feel like I lost you a bit of money. If you need something.
Oh no, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Come on, let's just stay. Come on, Marco, get the drinks in. Come on, I'm on a roll here. I'm on a roll.
Well, I think I got to get back to work. I can't. I'm on the clock.
What? But Marco,
Glad you guys
come
are
on,
having
stay.
fun.
I'll stay. I'm here with you. I'm here with you, Francesco.
You're staying, yeah?
I am. I'll get us some more drinks and I'll be right back.
Right, brilliant. I have divided the party so easily. Right. The rest of the night then is for Francesco getting more and more drunk. He wins a bit more of his money back, and then after a while, he's not paying attention to what he needs to roll. He's not paying attention to what games he needs to stay in. Marco, do you stop him from making a fool of himself, or do you let him just carry on?
Yeah, I'm going to stop him. I definitely want in his good graces. So.
Right, no problem. You drag him away from the table. However, by this point, about half an hour has passed. The two guys head out. Ken?
Yeah.
Are you wanting to follow these two?
Yeah, I mean, I'll wait about a minute and then follow him.
Okay. Right. In this area, you know the layout. Every Venetian knows the layout. You know where the alleyways are, the bridges across the canals, shortcuts, good hiding spots. You know this place like the back of your hand. You also know that this is your Sicieri. You know where every guard, well, you know where half the guards will be walking. So I'm going to ask you to make a presence stealth stalk roll for you. Yeah. So,
I mean, I can go ahead and say I trip out the door and I follow my face.
However, what you won't know, but your character will know, is you have a network of people in this area. So
yeah, no, I know.
If you want to go it alone, it would just be your role, but you'd need to come up with a very good way of perhaps circumnavigating this role or bolstering it a great deal.
Yeah, I think I don't mind it if they see me. Because I mean, I just
Right,
there's
okay.
just no way that I'm gonna win because I got one die, no, I got 2 die, and I keep 1. So
You need two tens. So
Yeah.
is your presence? Oh, you've only got 1 in presence, haven't you?
yeah,
Don't botch. So you've got a chance of botching here. So how the botching system works is when you make your initial roll, you remove all your ones. So all the ones go away. If the combined value of the dice that remain is 5 or less, you botch. So whatever you do, get over 6 on the 2 dice that you roll. Regardless of what you keep, the initial dice roll is all about luck. That's where you crit,
Sure.
and it's also where you botch. So,
yeah. Well, I rolled 2 10s. Like the last roll I did, I rolled 2 10s, but it doesn't count for this roll.
yeah.
What are the likelihood of me rolling 2 more 10s? I didn't roll any 10s, but I rolled a 12. Actually, I rolled an
You
8 because
So
I
8 and a
only
4.
keep 1 dice. Yeah, 8 and a 4.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to check if it was a botch. The system is based on the less dice you have, the bigger chance you'll botch. And if you roll in 2, that's the worst time. Okay.
Yeah.
You get to about the second or third corner. They are talking. I'll let you make 1 surveillance roll to try and overhear what they're saying. But by the time you get to the second corner, it's clear they know, and then they split off in 2. So,
All right.
could I get a attention, perception, surveillance, please?
Yeah, you can. Which I actually have a pretty good surveillance.
Well, you are city guard, so I'd hope that.
Yeah. So I didn't get any 10s, but I get to
Sorry.
keep.
3, I think. You got
But that
perception
is-
3.
Perception is 3. Yeah, 3. So I get to keep 3. So I got 21. Actually, 31.
31. Good. Okay. You get 1 success. From that 1 success, you hear the name Orazio mentioned again. And
Is
2.
that with an H? Her
No, there's no H. When you said Horatio, I knew who you meant, but I thought I didn't want to correct you because if your character can't remember, that's fine. But when you hear them say Orazio, you know, that's the guy's name. That's the palace guard. So they mention his name, and the last thing Niccolo says is 3 nights' time. We need it in 3 nights' time. And then it's at that point where he glances over his shoulder, sees you.
Mm-hmm.
They both look at each other, hit the next corner, and then they split up. And by the time you get to that corner, they're gone. You could try and track them down, but you know they both went separate ways.
Sure.
And if these guys know Venice as well as you, they could be anywhere.
Yeah, I don't have any tracking so much. Is that hunt?
Okay.
Survival or
So
something?
no, it would be investigate, search.
Oh, investigate, search. Well, I do have rumors, but I don't have search.
If you've got investigation, you can still make a search roll. You just don't get that bonus.
Okay, yeah, I'll do investigate. I'm gonna go after. Actually, because I don't know much about. I mean, I was surprised to see Nico there, Nicolo.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was
Niccolo,
odd.
yep.
I know where Nicolo's going, but I don't know anything about Filippo.
Filippo. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna go
Make your roll.
after Filippo if I can.
Yep.
And that is
No problem.
Is that acumen? Is that attention?
So, well, it's up to you. What I'll say,
Or is that?
I'd say either
Yeah.
attention or acumen. Either attention or acumen.
Yeah.
Investigate.
Yeah.
The difference between
yeah.
the two is attention is you're taking time to look for things, and acumen is you thinking on your feet, thinking, if I was going to run away and I wanted to
I'm
lose
just thinking
sight.
on my feet. I'm just kind of going with it.
Acumen.
I'm not certain if he gets out, he gets out. But, it's like,
no
well,
problem.
it makes sense. He just walked this way because it's a, it goes to the broader amount of people in the town or something. Like
No problem. I'll give you.
It's more of a
I'll give
main
you a
route.
+5. I'll give you a +5 for that.
And that is, I didn't get any 10s, but I get to keep, is investigate.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's only 17.
7 plus the 5.
Oh yeah. So that's 23.
Or did you say 17?
Yeah. Plus 5
Oh,
is
right,
23.
okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry, 22. Yeah. Okay. You lose sight of him as he's heading towards the arsenal. So, if you could bring up a map of Venice, I can give you a quick idea of how far you've tracked him with the roll that you made.
It's easier done than said, or said than done.
Yes.
There we go. I got
Yep.
it. There
You got
we
it.
go.
Brilliant. Okay. So if you zoom out a bit, if it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay, and then drag it so you can see both halves. Yeah. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. So yeah, brilliant. Okay. So this is Venice. The area, the pale green area where you've got location C, 10, 11, and 12, that's San Polo. That's your Sicieri.
Yeah, that's kind of
You've got the Rialto Market. What you've done is you've managed to chase him across the Rialto Bridge.
Oh,
and
down
that's
there to the...
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the San Marco area, and then you kept on pursuing him until he went into the dark green area. So
he's going south.
He's going the dark. It's like the turquoisey color. He's heading directly east.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going east.
Yeah.
Into the San Giovanni.
That area is the
San Giovanni Palo.
Hold on, I won't be long. The Castello area. In the Castello area, the biggest landmark in Castello is the Arsenal. It is the powerhouse of Venice. It's where they build the ships, where they can build a dozen ships in a matter of months. They can build ships faster than any other country in the world. It's the first example of mass production, and it's what keeps Venice ahead of everyone else in their naval exploits. But yeah, you've lost them by the time you get to even before 4. He was heading direct due east, and then you've lost him. Because as soon as you went into an area that you're not that familiar with, it was just luck, and then he's gone. He could be anywhere in this area. Okay. Marco and Francesco, you guys head out. As you're heading out, Foscari, I could have won it all. I could have won it all, but yeah, you're probably right. I'll have regretted it. Yes. But what is going on? Why did he follow out Niccolo? Zeno? That weedy little man.
Yeah, he didn't really tell me. I don't know exactly. I know it has something to do with safety of the election coming up. I'm sure it's city guard business.
Do tell. What do you mean? Election business. He kind of leans in to listen.
Well, there may be a plot afoot.
Exciting.
I know. I wish I could get some more information from him.
So it's got nothing to do with the missing noble, then?
As far as I know, it doesn't. But I'm not a city guard. I'm a banker.
Okay. Good point. Well, I'm gonna head home. It's late, probably about 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll see you around the next time the big man wants to hit the table. He can take someone else's money, but I still want to watch. That was very entertaining. But if you're, I mean, he is drunk by this point. He starts rambling. He starts, well, if I might be able to get you into the Compagnia. Did you mention that, or did he mention that about the prostitutes and the courtesans and all of that? If you're interested in that sort of thing, I can try and get you an invite. My family's very important. We could be. We're a rising star. So yes, if you want to, I can.
Oh, that sounds like a swell time.
Excellent. Yes. Yeah. No problem. You're both heading through Stampolo. You're just cutting through the corner of the Rialto Market, and two of you. Well, actually, no. He parts off one way, and you're walking by yourself. Oh.
No, I was going to keep him drunkenly rambling while I escorted him all the way home. That was my plan.
All right, okay. He doesn't realize that you're taking him in a detour then. He thinks in his head you're walking him home. He hasn't realized that.
Well, no, that's what I'm going to do. I'm walking him home. Yeah.
Right. He doesn't hear this, but you hear like a scream. A woman crying out to the northwest.
Oh.
Francesco hears nothing, but he does notice you stop and alarm.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, I'll put my hand on his shoulders. Did you hear that? There's a scream from over there.
Are they screaming now? Because I'm not sure if there's two. I'm not sure which one of you I'm talking to.
Oh. No. No, it was just the one, but it did sound like a lady in trouble.
Could I get a attention, perception, surveillance from you?
Yeah, it's a 7. That's
okay. Another scream, but you have no idea whereabouts. As I say, imagine you're cutting across a huge market square. You've got at least 3 streets or alleyways, 2 from this side of the corner, 2 from the other, and it's one of those 4. Francesco, actually, I'll roll for him. I'll give him -15 for his inebriation. Oh God. Right. Yeah, he hears nothing. He kind of I'm so tired. You look for this scream, I'll stay here. And he just sits down. Literally on the ground.
Oh. Huh? Well, come over here. Yeah, next to the wall, so you're kind of hidden, not out in the middle of the road.
Right, okay, that's a good idea. Kind of crawls on all 4s, pops himself against the wall. Yeah. Go rescue the woman.
How far away from his place are we?
You've got another 10 minutes. He's been walking very slowly.
Right. All right. I'll hustle then. Down the first alleyway, see if I can find what's going on.
No problem. You don't hear a scream, but you hear heavy footsteps. You're not sure it's either 2 or 3 sets of footsteps, which is why you can hear it's not so much the footsteps that you're hearing, it's the echo of the echo.
Right.
Okay. You turn the corner. It's like a corner, then a diagonal, and you can see a canal just coming up to you. The canals in Venice usually have like a narrow walkway, bridge ever so often. Most of the bridges are wooden. And sometimes you'll have no walkway on the other side. And the bridge will take you to another alleyway perpendicular to the canal. Other times there'll be a narrow walkway that leads to people's houses. There is a doorway every 10-20 feet as you're walking down. You do hear, and it's to your benefit, someone opening a window, looking down and says, "Where's Mary? What's happened?" And she's just above you, and she looks down to you and says,
"I'm not sure. I heard a scream. Do you know where it's coming from?"
She then points to across this wooden bridge.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep. Are you liking it? Or are you trying to be stealthy? One of the two.
No, I'm legging it. I figure if there's that many people,
Yeah, no problem.
no need to be stealthy anyway.
Okay. You run, clatter across the bridge. Any attempts, as soon as you hit that bridge, any attempts of not being heard is gone. However, you run across the bridge, you enter the alleyway, and you see a man running past you, and he is fear-struck, and he's gibbering, but he is running at full pelt the opposite direction to you. What do you do?
I'll step in front of him and hold my hand up. They're like, "Oh, what's going on?"
He doesn't stop. You try to stop him. He looks horrified.
No, but I want to mark his face in case I see him again.
Yep, no problem. All he says is, "Oh my God, she's a monster," and then she runs on. And then he's gone. You can hear, as you're running down the rest of this alleyway, in front of you is another canal. You can hear his footsteps rushing across the bridge. Okay. You run down the alleyway. You can see a canal. There is something that you've never ever seen before in your life. You've been told stories about monsters, spirits, evil things, but they're always children's stories told to you to make sure that you behave. The fear that the Angolane will come for you if you're naughty. What you can see is there is 2 men a little bit further down. One of them is walking towards the edge of the canal. Not the bridge, he's just walking towards the water. The other guy, he's pinned himself up against the wall. Can I get from you a composure? Just want to check something first. Yeah, can I get a composure, empathy plus yeah. Can you add your reflection as if it was a bonus? So it's number of ranks times 5 rather than times 10. But it's a composure, empathy reflection roll. If you want, you can. If you feel like your dice pool's not high enough, you can, if you want, spend a spirit point to replace it with a better dice pool. If you've got conviction higher.
Yeah, I've got a conviction of 4. So yeah, I'll go ahead and spend
okay.
one of those
Yeah.
to do that.
This is an aspect of the game, playtesting, that I'd like to... Yeah, I want to see how this goes, and then speak to you about options after the session, if you know what I mean? Like, if both of you've got time, if not tonight, at another point. What did you get?
Yeah, so that made it a 34.
84. Okay. Right. There is a woman floating on the water. Her feet are just dipping into the water of the canal. She's about 6 foot away from you, or from the edge of the canal. And yes, she is stunningly attractive. And you feel for a moment that you're compelled to walk out towards her. And then you realize there's a moment where you hear a splash, and the man who's just... that you saw momentarily, moments ago, walking towards the edge of the water, he's just walked straight into the water. And that splash snaps you out of what you got, a feeling that you were going to do exactly the same. You've got full control. What are you doing?
You said there was another man there too, right?
Yeah, he's so the sidewalk, so to speak, is about 4 foot, 5 foot wide. He is pinned up against the wall.
Okay.
You're about a foot ahead of him, and the man he's just dropped into the water. The second man's just dropped into the water.
Okay, yeah. So first, I'm going to go up to the man that's by the wall.
Yeah.
Put my hand on his shoulder, make sure I have his attention, and I'll say, "Go, get out of here." And then I'll turn my attention to the man who just fell in the water. See if there's some way, some rope tie off to a boat or something that I could try to pull him out of there with.
Okay. So your first action is you try and snap him out of... He's under some sort of effect. But it's not... It seems to have... Whatever influence this woman's giving off, it seems to be different from each person. You have to shake him by the shoulders. He's focused entirely on her. He's almost petrified. You shake him, he kind of wakes up, realizes what's going on, and as soon as you give him that certain instruction, he legs it. He's off. He's gone. That takes a couple of rounds in combat. When you turn back and you're looking for rope or anything like that, you can see that this man is swimming. But it's nighttime. The water's going to be freezing. And despite the fact that he's going to get, if he stays in that water for any longer, he's going to get hypothermia. He's just keep on swimming towards her. There's no fear on his face either, or in his actions. He's just focused on getting to her. When you're looking around,
there's no gondola or anything either.
There is, yeah, a lot of the houses will have, like what I mentioned before, where sometimes there's no walkway between the canal and the house. A lot of those houses will have moorings, private moorings. So yes, there is one 20-30 feet down from here. You could run down, get your blade, cut the rope, but it's going to take 3 or 4 actions to get there. Cut it from the boat, from the the mooring, run over here, and then chuck it out to him. So that's what you see in your second action, so to speak. He's getting closer. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that. I probably don't have enough time to get to him, but I'm gonna try.
Okay. You get there, cut. Coming back, he's now almost... Whatever this woman's doing, she's being cruel because he's reached her and then she's just floated away. And he's now calling out to her. He's begging for her not to leave him. You do hear her say, "I warned you. I told you I did not want this." Right, so you're there at the water's edge. He's now 6 feet away. The rope you've got, it's easily 12 to 15 feet. You can easily reach. What are you doing?
Yeah, I need to try to snap him out of it. Yeah, I'll just start shouting at him. Hey, grab the rope! Grab the rope!
No response. Do you throw the rope out? Even when you hit him on the shoulder, there's no reaction.
I guess I'll look up at the monster then and say,
she looks like she's Venetian, or at least from North Italy. She's barefoot. She's dressed in expensive garb. But there's a certain thing about her where her clothing seems to glisten as though water is pouring from her. There is nothing hideous about her whatsoever. You wouldn't describe her as a monster. She's just unnaturally good looking.
Okay.
The only thing that's terrifying about her is the fact that she's floating on the water. It's like her toes have made contact with the water, and that's all she needs to stay above it.
So, what did he just do to deserve this fate?
Could I get a presence, influence, authority, or, well, I'll let you choose which bonus or which expertise, but it's going to be presence, because I'm imagining you yelling. Influence.
Yeah, I'll use authority. Sounds right. So 41. Get 2
Right.
tens.
Okay. She looks to you. She stops floating away. And she just says, he tried to take what wasn't his. Just like the last one. Because you've got her attention, she stopped floating. He grabs hold of her foot. And you can see, as soon as he grabs hold of her, she dips down slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Could I get a... Do you have any occult?
I do not.
Okay,
I
do you have any...
lore.
You've got law. Have you got any literature?
I don't see literature on here.
It's underneath law. It's expertise
okay.
underneath law.
No, I just have 1 rank in lore.
Okay, can I get a memory law roll? This is obscure
Nope,
for you.
10.
Oh, right.
It's a 19.
Okay, 1 success, partial success. You've heard of the lagoons are quite remote. Venice is independent because geographically, its community is kept away from every invasion that swept across northern Italy. So you know that while Venice, the city of Venice, is very Christian, the lagoon communities are not as devout as the rest of Italy. And there's talk of certain pagans, rituals, and other gribbly things that heretics would get up to. One of the things that you've heard of is something called the Anguane. They are spirits, but they're spirits that usually are linked to a river or a stream or something. It's almost as if they are the genius of that river. So the stories that you've heard of, which is why it's took you so long for this to connect, is whenever someone tries to trespass on a river, or they try to do something against the river, or they offend the spirit of the river, the river spirit takes a form. And one of the forms that the river takes is something called a Bella Butelli. 1 second. I want to make sure I got that right. Right. Yeah. Belle Butelle. And that is a spirit, a bit like a siren, where she lures men to a watery grave. But this only time you've ever heard the story is in the rivers leading into the lagoons or around northern Italy. Certainly not in a city. This doesn't seem to fit. This doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Yep, he's grabbed hold of her foot, and she then looks down, and she's angry.
So
what you do?
So from what you said about the lore, is there a possibility that this is like a regular woman that kind of turns into the spirit, or is it like the spirit came from the canal itself?
All you know is that the stories they're often about strangers, travelers who go missing, and the explanation for their disappearance, whether it's a second-hand, like a second person was there as a witness, or it just reinforces pagan stories, is the river spirit took a female form, like a siren, and lured the traveler into the water, and then he drowned.
Okay, so I'll look at her. I'll look back at her. What did he try to take? A possession or your honor?
You got 40, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you got 4 successes. Okay. So in social combat, one of the ways of reading the outcomes is duration, so how long you've captivated her. So you've had her for a few rounds, and you can see her attention is going from you to her, but you've got one last round when you ask this question. She then looks back to you for a moment and says, the only thing your womankind would consider the most virtuous. And then she looks down. You can see his hand, despite soaking wet, begins to dry. And you can see you don't have any medicine, do you? Or do you?
I do. No, I don't.
Nope. Okay. You just see his hand. It's something's happening to his hand, but you do not know what. But he's still holding on, and he's now whining like a petulant, infatuated teenager who's not getting what he wants.
Okay. Yeah. No.
You can also hear footsteps. People running in. Right. I'll leave you for one moment. Dorcas, you head back into San Polo. You head back to the Rialto market, looking for your friend Marco, who you just left. Well, yeah. It's been about 40 minutes. 40 minutes, maybe to an hour. Yeah, headed to the Natra Nera. Wasn't there. One of the people says, "Oh, they went towards the Rialto market, so you're now there." You head into the Rialto market. It's quiet. There's a few people sitting around, having drinks outside bars, whatever. This is usually the most liveliest place during the day. As soon as the market stalls are up, it's the beating heart of Venice. However, when you get there, you do spot sleeping up against, sat down, asleep up against the wall. You can see Francesco Foscari.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go to him and be like, Francesco, I gotta take you home, buddy. You can't stay here. What? I got you.
Oh no, I'm waiting. I'm on guard. I'm waiting for Marco. What? Someone was being screaming.
Somebody was thieving. Is that what you said? Thieving? Which way did they go? He's Francesco. Off. Do I know where Francesco lives? I'm guessing I don't.
You know, you could find it eventually.
Yeah.
Well, based on his name, but
I'm gonna take. Is there a guard station nearby? Or do I know where a night watch person would be? I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick him up and try to wake him up a little bit, because he said something like a crime might be in progress.
You hoist him up. He's like a rag doll in your arms. Over his shoulder, like, because you pick him up, you turn him on like that, to try and wake him up. One of your fellow guards runs up to you and says, there's something going on. There's been reports of an attack on a woman.
Okay. Where is that?
He then points. You're in the corner. You got two alleyways on one side of the corner, two alleyways on the other. But he points to the first alleyway, the one that's effectively the corner that Foscari's been sleeping up against.
Yeah. Did they point in different directions or kind of the same place?
Nope, same one.
Well, I'm gonna set Francesco gently down, and I'm gonna say, this man's important. You better take care of him.
Okay.
Make sure he gets back home, and I'm gonna run as fast as I can. Wait, do you have your club on you? What's his name?
Doing names, right?
Let me give me your club.
Guard number 6.
Guard number 6. Give me your club.
He shows you his club. Right, you catch the club.
I'm gonna run.
You run down. Yeah. You can hear conversation. There's like a strange whining sound, like a moaning noise. It doesn't sound like a woman though. It could be a man. You're not sure. You follow the noise, and could I get from you a? I'm going to give you plus 20 to this.
Okay.
Could I get a composure, empathy, reflection? This is
Okay, yeah,
reflection.
sure.
As it's, don't add. So use reflection as your rank times 5.
All right. Well, I rolled a 10 this time. So
You and your-
composure, and then I keep 2 because I have an empathy of 2.
Yep.
Do I keep 2 on top of the
Tens. Did you get how many tens?
10s? So that's 20. 5 plus. You said you're giving me 20,
Yeah.
and then
Yep.
I have a reflection of 20.
Right. Right. Okay.
So that's
Right.
60.
Marco,
65.
you hear heavy feet coming up just behind you. Well, actually, no, because so if you can imagine, the triangle is the alleyway that you came out of. There's 1 point. You're over here along the alleyway, and directly at the, it's like on the other side of the third point is this floating woman. Where you were, just coming around the corner, is Dorcas. Dorcas, when you come out through here, you can see a floating woman on the water. A man has grabbed hold of her leg. At first, yeah, it's a mixture of shock for you. It's not infatuation or anything like that. What you see is, this is Angua.
Oh, dang. You get your hands off her.
Yeah, so for Marco, yeah, what he would do once he realizes that's what had happened, he'll say to her, right, I wish I would have arrived before it came to this. Please try to make it quick.
And because Angua is my cohort, would I jump in anyway?
She's your ally. It's entirely up to you.
I feel like is this guy trying to like drown her? What is my assessment?
You don't know. You've just run in. She's floating above the water. Maybe her her foot. The foot of the ankle that he's grabbed hold of is now been pulled underwater.
Yeah, I'm gonna run in and jump and.
You're gonna dive in. Do you have swim? Oh no, sorry. Yeah. Do you have swim? Please tell me you can swim.
No, I can't. I can't swim.
Okay, right.
I don't know where swimming is though.
Oh, swim is under athletics.
No,
Top left of the natural skills.
I get athletics, but I don't have swim.
Okay, I'll say you can tread water. But,
Yeah.
Okay, so the scene is, Marco, you've just, at the corner of your eye, you see Dorcas arrive, say, get your hand off her, just as you're saying to this Anguane, you wish you could have come here sooner before this happened. And then did you say, make it quick?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to try to interfere. I'm going to let her do what she needs to do.
Okay, just as you say that, Dorcas dives straight in. It's not even a dive, really. He doesn't do like a professional dive. He just jumps straight in and splashes the water. It's absolutely freezing, but I think that's probably the last thing on your mind at the moment. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got this guy like, attacking my ally.
Yeah. She smiles at you, Marcus. It's a mixture between vindication and vindictiveness. The fact that you've said, yeah, go on, kill him, but make it quick, to that effect. And she gives you that smile. It's almost like inhumane in its vindictiveness. Whatever was happening to his hand and his wrist, because he's having to, because he's up to his neck in the water. He's grabbed hold of her, so all of his forearm is out of the water. It's quite clear now after the second or third round that his skin is slowly being sucked in around his muscles, around his bones. Dorcas has jumped in. Could I get a control athletics swim roll? I know you don't have any swim, but
Yeah, control.
mm-hmm.
I gotcha. Let's see, that's 1. I have to re-roll one of the die. Okay, that's 2 10s. And I keep 2? No, I keep 3.
Yep, keep 3 if you got athletics thing.
Okay, so that's half and 9 is 4. I don't have D10, so I roll a D20 and then I have it.
Oh, I see. Yeah. No problem.
That is a total of 33.
You got 33. Yeah, that's good. Right. You don't know how to swim. You can only tread water, so you're moving slowly.
Mm-hmm.
You are at this rate. He's not moving. There's a current, not a fast current, but there's a current working against both of you.
Mm-hmm.
And you're fighting against that, and
hundreds and hundreds of twigs floating.
little sticks floating this way.
Yeah. The twine has managed to. The twine has managed to wrap together to form a giant raft.
I knew this would come in handy.
Brilliant, I love it. I'm just checking on the swimming. Right. Okay. What's your resistance?
I resist everything. Resistance is futile.
Under. It's what?
It's got 2. 2. Oh no,
okay.
it's not true. It's 2. It is 2.
Okay.
Take that. Minus 20.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Okay. Just bear with me one moment. Sorry, hold on.
And then there were 2. Got to do the maths. I think there's an exciting. Give me a little insight into what's going on in Marcus's head after he sees Daucus just run and jump in.
Yeah, well, Marco, he knows you're trying to save her because you saw the guy going after her. But he also knows it was a terrible idea for you to jump in.
Oh, sure.
And Marco is going to try to save you. Like, he's going to throw the rope over to you and try to get the gondola over to where you are.
Yeah.
To pull you out of the water because
nice of you.
she can take care of herself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know this. I mean, she just looks like my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Right. Okay. Distraction there. Right. Okay. So you're right. Couple of rounds, you reckon you'll be able to grab hold of him. Each round, though, you're losing. You're being hit by the cold. You're losing 3 fatigue each round. Okay, so any injuries or any damage that you had from the previous fight, they're gone. But every round, you lose 3 fatigue. So if you're in the water for long enough, you will pass out and drown. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So on your fatigue track, bear that in mind. As soon as if and when you hit -1, we'll make another swim roll because you'll have 1 less die. Okay. That's just to bear in mind. Okay. Next round. Marco, you weren't doing anything. You'd said that. You've got the initiative. What are you doing?
Yeah, now that he sees Dorcas in the water, I'm going to move the gondola over there to him to try to help him out of the water.
Yep. Okay. You're kind of like, you're having to reach down because he's not right close to you, but you're having to push the gondola out with your foot whilst holding onto the rope to make sure you don't lose the gondola, that sort of thing. Yep. It's entirely then up to Dorcas what he does. What are you doing? You've got a gondola that's being nudged towards you.
I feel like I just realized that I don't really know how to swim.
Yep.
And the water's very cold. That wakes me up a little bit. I'm probably just going to assess my situation. If there's a gondola next to me, and I think I can, maybe there's a paddle inside, maybe I can climb up on the gondola and beat this guy off her with a stick or something, I might be better off climbing up.
Okay. So you can reach out, grab hold of the gondola, pull it towards you. Could I get at this point, lose another 3 fatigue because it's the second round?
Yeah.
And can I get a brawn athletics weights as you hoist yourself out of the water?
It's 7S.
Marco, you can see this noble, or this man, should I say, his head's beginning to dip under. His emaciated fingers are just about losing grip of her ankle.
Okay, yeah. At this point, I'm more worried about Dorcas.
Yeah.
Weights is plus 10, and I keep 3, so it's 5. It's not a great roll, so it's 29.
You just 29 minus 15 for the difficulty. That's 14. You hoist yourself, the top half of your body, out of the water, and your arms kind of flop inside the gondola. Your bottom half, though, is still in the water, and it's freezing. Okay. What she does is she's waiting for something to happen. She's looking at Dorcas. And Marco, you can see, once she realizes what's happening to Dorcas, she looks concerned, but she looks down and she's waiting for something. It's almost as if she's now trapped between 2 impulses, a vindictive impulse and some sort of concern.
I'm like, Angua, you okay, Angua? I'm coming for you. Just give me a second.
As you flop into the gondola.
I think she can take care of herself.
I got you, gondola. Gondola. Angua gondola.
Right. So, next round, he lets go, and he sinks into the water. At that point, her foot, she just drifts upwards out of the water. And then Dorcas, can I have another athletics, strong athletics weight? This time the difficulty is only -5 because you've got half your body out.
Okay. That is 1, 2. I keep 3, so that is 20, 38. 38.
Okay.
-5.
You roll into the gondola. Take another 3 fatigue.
Gee. That water's
And
mighty
so that-
cold.
So is that 9 fatigue you've lost?
Yeah, I've lost 9.
Yeah. Okay. Angua then. The vindictive aspect. Marco, you're the only one who can really pay attention to what's going on her face. The vindictiveness is kind of discarded, and then she drops into the water, and then swims over towards the gondola, and she just slips out of the water into the gondola, as if water was her, like as if she was just walking on ground. She's just
much more gracefully than Dorcas did.
incredibly graceful. Yeah. Dorcas, you're shivering, you're cold, you're wet, but a figure gets into the gondola next to you, and then she kind of she wraps her arms around you, comforting you, and you can feel a bit of warmth come back to your body.
Nice. I don't know how I saved you, Angua. But thank you. I'm glad you're okay.
Marco, you can hear more footsteps. It's only been 3 or 4 rounds, like 12, 15 seconds since Dorcas turned up, but the rest of Venice is beginning to realize what's going on, and you can hear more and more footsteps, not just from the alleyway that Dorcas came from, but from further on down and across the other way. What are you doing?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna pull the gondola up and start helping them out.
Yeah.
At least Dorcas, and when Angua, I'm gonna reach my hand toward her and visibly shaking before she takes it, and I help her out after seeing what just happened.
Yeah. Okay. She looks at your hand. What were the words that you said before? Did you say make it quick?
Yeah, that's what it was. Make it quick.
Okay. You know, in the Predator, the film Predator, where the Predator mimics the voice, he mimics the words and the voice, everything. She says, "Make it quick." Not obviously not in your voice, but she says it precise pronunciation. But then she says it as a question, as if you've said something to her that she's never heard of before in her life, and she's processing it by saying, "Make it quick." She then takes your hand, and you help her out. She helps Dorcas out of the water. There is now 5 or 6 people appearing on the scene. Marco, can I get a attention, perception, surveillance roll? -15.
Oof. Okay. Oh. That's only a 13, so -15 would be -2.
You're not sure, because bear in mind, there's houses on either side of the canals. You're not sure but you think you hear a window shutter close just above you. Because like most of the windows have like shutters. Instead of glass, they'll have just like shutters to obviously keep the house secure. But you're not 100% sure, but you think you heard a window shutter close. Right. As these people rush in, they ask you, Marco, what's going on? People take off cloaks. They fling a cloak around Angua to keep her warm. Someone throws a cloak out for Dorcas, and the two drenched, soaking individuals are well wrapped up. Help to their feet.
Oh, I was walking by nearby, and I heard a scream, and I came, and this lady was in the water. So I did what I could to help her out. Luckily the bull was here also to lend a hand.
I'm probably like, I don't know how. That's the coldest water I ever felt. Angua. That's so cold.
One of the people says,
I tried to warm her up.
Yeah. No, she's. You notice that she's not shivering at all. And then all her concern is on you. She is rubbing your arms and your chest just to make sure that you're not.
Yeah, that was
getting any colder.
I probably can't. I just lost half of my fatigue. I mean, I'm probably a little shocked. And a little shocked.
Of the people that are there, one of them says to you, Dorcas, when you say that, they say, "You lucky fool! God, you can die within seconds if you get caught in that. Boy, you lucky fool!" Everyone's just happy to see that no one's died. They're over the moon. Usual stereotypes. It's obvious. It's obvious the man has saved the woman. They then ask both of you, like, what happened? Did she fall in? Was she pushed in the water? What happened? They ask you, Marco, first, because Dorcas's teeth are still chattering so much, people can't quite make out what he's saying.
I'm not sure what happened. She was already in the water when I arrived.
Could I get a interaction deceive? Interaction guile deceive, please. I'll give you +5 in addition to whatever expertise, because you've been quite subtle.
Yeah, except for the glances downstream to make sure the body didn't wash out. That's a 23 total.
Okay.
Not great.
Yeah, there's about 3 or 4 people. 2 of them are a bit dubious. They're not quite sure. Oh, you've said it. And other people. Yeah, you reckon you've convinced about a quarter of the people there that she was already in the water. You don't know anything else. That sort of thing. You're not sure which bit they're not quite sure about, but however you've said it, maybe it's the shock of what's just happened. You're not sure. Bearing in mind you're still shaking with the fact that what you've just seen should never, ever, ever, ever have happened, because that's unnatural. What are you doing? These people help you.
When I see my lies aren't going over super well, then I'll play that up that I'm kind of shaky and nervous, and then I'll mention that I was drinking with my friend earlier. Francesco.
Yeah, Francesco. He was knocked out down the way.
Oh.
I need to get angry at home. She's really cold.
Millet, is your character's distraction better than his deceive? Or are they the same, or is it less?
It's the same. I've got one rank in both.
Right. Nope, that's fine. I was going to say, like, if it was higher, I'd have applied the difference to the roll retrospectively, because you're bolstering it with, but that's fair enough. Okay. So much going on. Doesn't really people don't have time to process what's going on. The most important thing is there's 2 people freezing to death. They're brought back into Rialto Market Square, where you find a city guard trying to wake up Francesco Foscari, who just keeps sliding down the wall because he wants to sleep, but then the guard picks him up. As the people around see that there's 2 people soaking, people rush over with fresh, dry clothes. Dorcas and Angua hurried over towards an inn, put in front of a fire, warmed up. Marco, you're ushered along as well. You're given a stiff drink. Dorcas is given a stiff drink. Angua is offered one, but she declines. She seems to be recovering very quickly, compared to Dorcas, who is... You can now, your bones don't feel the cold anymore, so you're getting better. It's just your muscles that still have that chill. So now, at this point, both of you have initiated. Initiation is the point where your character sees something unnatural, whether it be magical, anything to do with spirits, demons, giants, anything like that. So, not do it today. You could do it like during the week or whenever. But there is the magic character sheet. Initiation creation takes about 5-10 minutes. It is just simply you choose an element, one of the 8, and you gain a dot in it. And you can then also perform tricks, spells based on the trick detect element. Not a massive power jump, it's nothing compared to when your soul gets severed, but it means that you have more questions. Both of you realize that there's more to this world than just the physical.
Does that go on the mundane character sheet?
No, there's the...
Oh,
there's
an
two,
additional...
There's 2 character sheets.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Because
right. But however you want to process it, but you're conscious of the fact now that there's this realm, and there must be another realm where creatures that can float on water. Because if that folk tales about the Anguana who lure people to watery graves is true, every other folklore, every other myth, every legend, which ones of those is true? And it's for you. You want to roleplay however you want. Doesn't have any mechanical effect within the game. It's just you now start. You're overwhelmed with questions. You don't have power. You just have questions. It's 10:30. I am more than happy to carry on.
I just have
up to you.
Question of how I should react to this, because what do I believe happened? Do I believe the story I made up in my head that I saved Angua from drowning by a crazy man, or do I have any kind of idea of what really happened?
It's roleplay. It's entirely up to you. As long as you can rationalize it with yourself, it's fine. You can play it either way. You've seen someone who you're quite close to being attacked.
Yeah.
You're not sure of the full details, so that's quite traumatic. You've also seen her floating on water, which defies everything. Any other mundane who wouldn't be initiated would just simply dismiss it, one reason or another, because it's natural for a mind that can't cope with the bigger truth to simply rationalize it, minimize it, and then just ignore it because their brains can't cope with it. But you guys, now that you're initiates, unfortunately your minds can cope with it, but then it's the how do I process anything else that's going on.
Yeah, what's the bigger meaning?
Yes, you've got 1 foot on or into the Linen Tapestry as the biggest setting. So is there anything that you two want to do that night?
I'll probably walk Angua home.
She wants to go home with you because at this point you have a conversation with her. She says, I don't have a home. I sleep in the canals. Whenever you've walked me home and you've walked me to the steps, I've never gone in because that's not my home. I've just waited for you to move on and then I've slipped away. And I can't sleep in the canals for too long in case it finds me.
Oh, what finds you? What are you?
Can we leave these questions for another night?
Yes, of course. I don't know how to process any of this. I might need a second myself. But I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad that I got you out of there somehow. I'm not sure how, but I'm glad you're safe. God, that water was so cold.
I'm just glad that you're safe. You would have died if you stayed in there any longer. You will have met the same fate as that man. She says that with like real venom. It's quite clear she's happy that man died.
What'd he do?
She doesn't want. She then goes quiet. So, and then we leave that scene. Well, that's your end of your night. You go to sleep. Do you same bed or separate rooms with Angua? She would be interested in the company. Whatever she's gone through, she's quite traumatized.
Yeah, I mean, if she needs a place, definitely. Like, if I took her back to my place, we would sleep in different rooms. I would sleep on the floor, and she would take my bed.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I mentioned this before, like when we went through, like your early interactions with her. She finds you really difficult to understand, and I think that's the basis. You reckon that possibly the basis of her trust in you, that you haven't behaved as other men have, so she can't get her head around you, which is kind of why she wants to stick around with you, because you're an unknown entity in her head. Okay, Marco, what are you doing for the rest of the evening?
Well, Marco, once we leave that little inn, once things settle down a little bit and we leave the inn, I'm going to go outside to where Francesco is in the guard, and
He's still there.
And yeah, I'll be like, all right, to the guard. All right, help me take him home.
Yeah, okay.
Pick him up, and we can walk him home.
Yep, no problem.
So we'll walk him home, and when we get to the door, I'll ring or knock or whatever, depending on whatever I need to do to wake the servants without waking everybody.
Yeah.
And hand him off with my sincerest apologies. This wasn't my intention. Please let the family know that he is safe and he did not gamble away all of his money.
Okay. A little bit of context. So, knock on the door. Door's open. The servant, as from before, is there, but you see over the servant's shoulder, pacing up and down, is Francesco's mother. And you can, as soon as she sees him, she's furious. As soon as she sees you, and then you start talking to the servant, she's just filled with utter disgust. You say your comment about gambling, and you think you hear her say, "Ah." And at that point, she takes off. She rushes over, pushes the servant off to one side, grabs Francesco by the shoulder, and just toys him in, drags him in, and then she's, "I have no time with you. Goodbye." And the door slams, and you can hear her yelling at Francesco. You're not sure if some of the mumbling is his attempts of apology, but he could barely talk before. So the guard looks to you and goes, he probably deserved it.
He's a big boy. He made his decisions.
Yeah, he can handle himself, I'm sure. Right.
Right.
And then,
Have a good night.
okay, the guard nods to you and heads off back onto his shift. So is that your evening? The next day?
Yeah. Well, actually, I think Marco was, since he now has time to let things process, he's probably going to just walk around the city all night, looking in the canals and processing the lore and what everything that went down.
When you say you're looking in the water, you're looking in the canals. Did you say?
Yeah.
Well,
just from the bridges and stuff.
Yeah. There's two things that are odd. There's two things. The first thing is the sheer number of twigs floating on by. Is it a Venetian tradition or something? Because you've been here several years. You're not usually up at this time of night in this area, and it's the first time you've seen it. It's like really peculiar. It's really strange. The second thing is, there is, Ken, I need you. There is that picture there. If you can move it along a bit, so you can see all of it, and move along and lift it up. Bearing in mind this is night time. Yeah, keep going. The other way.
Oh, look at that little guy.
And then move it along a bit so you can see all of the bottom right. Yeah. Keep going.
I think that's
right.
The edge.
No, all the way. Can you? Anyway.
I can see the shadow.
It's
night time. I see a shadow in there.
It's very dark, but there's like a contrast of there's dark and then there's a shadow within the darkness. And you think for a split second you see that swimming underneath the water. And then it's gone.
Better and better.
And then it's gone. Do you head towards the area where it happened? Or do you just pick a completely random route?
I probably started off random and then I'll go by there before I head home. Yeah.
You spot that as you're walking towards the area, and that shadow within the canal zips past you, going in the same direction. You think you see it, and then it's gone. But you feel a shiver run down your spine.
Okay.
Okay, so the next day, I'm trying to remember where we are. We are two full days, 2 nights away from.
Yeah, you said 3 days is when.
Oh yeah, so we're 3 days and 3 nights away from when it needs to be done by. Whatever Nicolo Zeno was talking about. And yeah, that's it. that's you've resolved one story, so to speak, as resolved as any story can be in the Linen Tapestry, because there's always more. It's always deeper than it looks.
Yeah.
So that's that one story out of the way. You're back onto the main story, just to give it like a perspective. I know we've got one more session. There's a heck of a lot to do, and now I need to do with Bill, because he was onto something. But I'll do with that during the week. What are you guys wanting to do?
I think I've solved a couple of riddles, or at least I've definitely I feel like I've gotten to a place where it's like, oh, I know who's against who.
Okay.
A little better idea. Do you mind taking 5 minutes before we?
Yeah. How long have I got used to for? I know you've got another game afterwards, Miller. Ken, how busy are you? How long have I got? Just so I've got an idea.
I'm good for a while. I'm not in a hurry.
I'm good.
I mean,
this
half hour.
Yeah, I'm good. As long as you keep holding my attention like this, we're good.
Right, okay. 5 minute break.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Brilliant. Okay, see you then.
And we're back. Hello, everybody. We're playing the Linen Tapestry. John?
Brilliant. Right. It's the next day. What he is doing?
Is Angua still in my room?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, I think I'm gonna ask this. I'm gonna see if she's, I'm gonna say to her, I have rounds to do, but when you feel like you can talk about it, I'd like to know.
Yeah. Yes. This changes. Does this change anything between us? I'll understand if you want me to go.
Well, you've always been there for me. I know I'm not the smartest man, and I just see what they put you through all the time. I don't know how you do it. I think you need a little protection.
Yes, I suppose so. Yeah. Well, another time. If you need to go out and work, I'll still be here.
Yeah, I would imagine this is probably afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you just whatever you want in the pantry. Just feel like,
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, thank you. No. She gets out of bed, starts exploring as you're getting ready to leave.
I shield my eyes
Yeah.
and kind of back
Oh, no,
out, and I bashfully change. I go in the closet. I change. I put my night.
Yeah. True gentleman. Okay. So, for you, as you say, this is probably early afternoon. Marco, what's he doing after his long night walking through Venice?
Yeah, he probably couldn't sleep much at all, and met with the, with the fencing club crew to do our morning routine with them.
Yeah. Is your character able to concentrate on the teaching, or is he distracted enough for them?
Not really. Yeah, enough for them to notice, and he'll try to pass it off as I was out late.
Yeah.
Gambling.
Right. Okay. There's a few eyebrows raised, but they'll let it slide. They're just, you want to say something, you'll say something, but I'm pretty sure that you can handle yourself.
I can at least talk to Enrique about it, about how I'm trying to make inways with more of the nobles to raise our clientele for our new school that we're going to launch. And some prices have to be paid.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you just let me know what you want when you want it. There you go.
All right. Well, I may have something for the whole crew here tomorrow night.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, like what?
Well, I should go work out the specifics, but I will let you know as soon as I do.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. No, that sounds exciting. Okay. No problem. Great. The fencing club comes to an end. And there is a familiar face standing at the entrance of your little courtyard. Enzio Corre is stood there waiting. Stout and plump as always, but he is just quietly waiting. He lets the other members walk past him as they head out, and he just discreetly stands off to one side. You're not even sure they've noticed him. He's just like a statue. Not staring at you, but he's kind of like looking down at the ground. His hands are held as if he's doing a prayer. His crucifix is being held between his palms, and he just waits.
All right, so I'll go once. I'll follow everybody out. Taking my gloves off and whatnot. You're like, oh, good morning, Ezio.
Good morning.
What?
He then looks at you, and then waits. He's kind of like a shrewd grin on his face, and his eyes narrow, and he's looking at you, and he's waiting. It's almost like a mischievous, I know what you did. That look. But he says nothing.
Yeah, I was out a little late last night. I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm sure you were there when you were my age.
Oh, so long ago I cannot remember what I used to do when I was young. So long ago. But you seem well, and that is good. I have a location for you if you're interested. At the same times, I give you the location. You set up the fencing club, and you deliver the message to your prestigious relative in Florence. Would you like to come with me now, or I can have you can see down the road slightly. There's like a rickshaw of sorts or a carriage waiting.
Oh, is this another meeting?
No, I'll take you to the location that I was thinking of for your club. I found a spot.
You bought property.
Yeah.
Oh, give me 5 minutes to put on some better attire, if you don't mind.
Yep. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, the servants should have some breakfast inside if you're hungry.
No, I've eaten. I'm fine.
All right, 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll go put on all my stuff.
Yep. Head off. You come back. When you come back, he's kind of moved and he's kind of looking. There's always a canal in sight, and he's like staring at the water. And then as you approach, he turns. Is that? Well, come on then. Let's go. Get in the carriage. You head out of the San Polo district across the Grand Canal. Like the Grand Canal's the largest canal. Yeah, there you go. So imagine you are on the north side. So you've got north of Rialto Market. There is a huge bridge, and you head across there over into the brown area, and that is the Canoreggio area. It used to be industrial. I had the ghettos, as in the copper smelting. But now it's where the rich and famous. You can see like number 13, 14, 16, 15, 19, 20. They're all mansions. So it's like, imagine this is like the California. This is where people build their richest, biggest, most expensive properties all along that strip of land along the canal. And it takes you across the bridge a little bit northwest of location 16, and takes you to it's in slight disrepair, but it's an old house. The house is a courtyard in the middle, 2 or 3 floors that wrap around, and what is procured for you and your fencing club is a house that needs work doing on it, but it's in a very prestigious area, and the courtyard is huge. When you look around, you can see so much potential. You can probably train 3-4 times more people at a time in this place. Could maybe even turn it into more of like a military barracks kind of feel to it. It has that stoic feel. There's nothing fancy about it. It's just big, strong building. Brings you in, lets you have a bit of a wander.
Yeah, this is very nice. This is a very nice place.
Good. Good.
Worked tremendously well for the school.
While I have your attention, Thomas, the gentleman that you met some days ago at the meeting at the Ducal Palace.
Yes.
He's asked me to ask you if you're available in a few nights. Well, as from tonight, in fact, able to provide him protection. And I know it's a very strange request, but I'm of the concern that he may be in danger, and he may need someone to be with him to make sure that he's safe. Does that sound okay to you? I will, of course, pay for your services. I understand that you are good with the blade. But I would like someone to keep an eye on him. Not to be with him, but to keep an eye on him. So that if there is any threat, whoever threatens him will not be aware of your presence, and then you could defend, protect the livelihood of Tommaso.
Yes, I would never shy away from such a responsibility. I do have some questions though. Is this just his paranoia, or do you have some evidence or rumors?
No, it is just a concern of mine. There are unsavory characters now present once again in the city, and while he may not be aware of it, I would like to make sure that he does not know about your presence.
Interesting.
He's not aware of it. I am concerned. His livelihood is very important to both me and my family. And so I would like to maintain both of those. If he can walk the streets of Venice ignorant of any possible threat, then that is ideal. But if there is a threat, I would like someone who can handle himself in a fight. And someone he doesn't know. Obviously he's seen you once, but you're a relative no one to everyone in Venice. In his circles. No offense. I do not mean that you are of insignificance. You are far from that. My concern is just simply no one would notice you shepherding him.
Yes, I understand my place in the city. I am looking to change that. But since you brought it up, I did hear a rumor that Carlo Zeno is looking to assassinate Tommaso tomorrow night. Today I planned on, tracking that rumor down and getting more information.
Could I get either attention or acumen, empathy, emotion, or emotion or intention?
I don't have any notes, but
Okay.
Okay. $23.
Okay. He's surprised. there's a couple of things that you said there that he was not expecting to hear from anyone. Your first impression is, if he's surprised with the idea of someone actually trying to kill him, then what was his initial concern actually about? That flash of revelation just across his face for a moment, and then as soon as that moment's gone, he's back to being his quiet, shrewd-looking self. He says, Carlos Zeno, as I said, one of the undesirables has returned to the city. If that is the case, have you not reported to City Guard? I have not heard anything. I would have liked to have imagined that Tomaso would have been told of a. Have you spoken to one of the Sisteri captains or lieutenants?
I have talked to a few contacts in the City Guard. I definitely wanted to keep it quiet. My intention was to attempt to catch them in the act. I'm afraid if too many people know, and especially if Tomaso knows, then the attempt may change to a different night, a different date, somewhere that I'm not aware of. I'm attempting to be cat-like and catch them in the act.
I would recommend to you then that you. There is a doctor, an apothecary. His name is Enrico Rossi. Bring your concerns to him. I know it is a peculiar request, but he. Tell him I sent you. Speak to him. Tell him everything.
Everything?
An assassination attempt against a noble is worthy of the attention of the Lords of Night. Now, out of character, you know what the Lords of Night are. Everyone in Venice who stayed in Venice for at least 6 months to a year at least knows that Venice has a sort of secret police. You have the city guard who looks over the city during the daylight hours, where crimes are unplanned, impulsive, but the crimes committed during night are all organized. They are truly subversive towards the integrity and the stability of Venice. So for this reason, you have in place what is known as the Lords of Night. 6 anonymous nobles of Venice are aware of anything and everything that happens and is reported during the nighttime hours of Venice. The Lords of Night then send out their agents, and whoever is a threat to Venice, they disappear. Sometimes never to be seen or even spoken of again. With them being anonymous, no one knows who they are, but they know. That's the Lords of Night from your perspective. Okay. Right. Ken, you head out. What are you doing?
I'll probably check in with Vito Vines first. Kind of fill him in with some of what happened the night before.
What are you? Yeah, I need to know exactly what you're telling him.
All right, Mr. Vines. It seems like you were right to be keeping watch on Carlo Zeno and some of the other folk out there. I think that some of the nobles might be up to some treachery. I know that some folks, like, it was weird seeing Nicolo Zeno the other night talking to people who were sympathetic to Tommaso Mocenigo. I thought that was right strange. What you said, Marco? Thomas Marco?
Are you referring
Mocenigo.
to Thomas?
Tommaso.
Are you referring to Tommaso Mocenigo?
Yeah, Mocenigo. I thought it was right wild seeing those two. I don't know if they were in cahoots, but just seemed like it was kind of outside. He was outside of where I needed to be. I put some feelers out, see if I could dredge up maybe some other bodies, and yeah, it was a wild night last night.
Yeah, I heard you were involved in another incident. You went for a bit of a dip, I heard.
Yeah, I one of our local courtesans.
And a woman was.
She
was involved.
Yeah, she was being pursued by a man, who I presume had ill intent towards her, and I guess they fell into the canal. I don't know how it got so cold, because usually those canals aren't that cold. I'm not a big swimmer myself, but that water was frigid. Anyway, I guess he kind of disappeared somehow, and I'm sure he'll turn up.
Disappeared.
Yeah.
In the water?
I pulled her out of the water, but I didn't see him again. It was very strange,
Please.
I have to admit.
Could I get a interaction guile?
I don't know exactly
please?
what happened myself. So the
It's
interaction.
Not persuade.
Yeah, I'm not really trying to persuade him, because I don't really know what I witnessed. It really kind of messed with me too. But we're gonna go with we got 110 and you said guile?
Yep.
And I'm
Guile,
trying to persuade or
no, we'll go with
provoke?
deceive.
Deceive. That would be I got 110 and I keep one dice, so that's 19.
Okay. He looks at you, and you just instantly know he hasn't believed a single word you've said. But he seems to be more concerned with. Do you mean he disappeared underwater, or do you mean he disappeared down an alleyway?
No, I think he may have drowned, but he might have gotten out. I really didn't see that. It was mighty cold water, sir. I show him kind of like maybe where I got frostbite or something, because I presume that's what it was. Like, or
it wasn't sustained. It wasn't sustained long enough for like frostbite or anything like that.
I show him like, oh well, I guess it didn't stick, but it was really
The water
it was
it's
beyond.
nighttime. Of course it would be cold. No one would be foolish enough to dive into that water. But
Well,
if you're
I had to
if you're
jump in
trying to save
after.
a life, yep. No, that sounds just like you. That's fine. But the woman, who was she?
She was just a courtesan.
Do you know her name?
I mean, they all look the same to me. You know how I am. I just like to make sure that they're protected after.
So you don't know her name?
Well, you know how they like their anonymity. I do know their name, and she's a good friend of mine, and I just don't want her to get wrapped up in all this Doge incidents. You know how things are. You just kind of gotta be quiet about. People keep asking me personally, like, who do I think is up should be the next Doge, and it's really not my place, sir. So, you know, I think she's just trying to make a living and do her job just the way she does too.
Another noble went missing last night. Now, the report came into me direct, not from the family, but from one of the men, one of his friends, a fellow noble that was with them. Now, he's given me some strange stories. It changes every time he tells it. But you need to give me the name of this woman. If you know the name, you need to tell me. She may know something about the other noble that disappeared.
Well, I can ask her if that's helpful, but I don't. I mean, I know
What's her name?
where I know where. I mean, I have more loyalty to. Let me answer this question. I have more loyalty to the Night Watch and Vito than I do for Angua. Would I give them the name?
Entirely up to you. It's entirely up to you. It hasn't got to the point where I'm making a roll. But he asks again, what's her name?
Well, does she have a stage name? That's
You
not
don't
like
know.
her name? Well,
She's only ever called herself Angua to you.
she always just said her. I mean, if I'm going off of my loyalties and character sheets, well, I mean, I can get her. I could bring her in if you like, sir.
Okay, brilliant. Bring her in. We can talk to her, and if she can help, we can get to the bottom of this finally.
I think she'd be right disposed to helping out the city workings.
What's your empathy and can I get an attention, empathy, intention roll?
Empathy, attention.
Yeah, so
gotcha.
attention dice pool. Yep.
That is. I didn't get any 10s, so that's 16.
Yeah, you can't quite read his face. But, yeah, bring her in as soon as you can.
But you don't seem to mind too much, sir, about.
No, if she can come in and she can explain and she might be a witness.
Well, I was just saying the plottings, like all the plottings of the nobles. I
think it's possible that these are two different things going on.
Oh.
But yeah, we need to speak to her. We need to speak to her.
I'm sure she'd come in. She's a fine citizen and a taxpayer too, I'm sure.
I'm sure she is. Yeah, if you can go and get her.
Sure.
There's talk of there's talk of, however, before you go, there is talk of members of the, well, you're probably going to hear this soon, but it appears that Niccolo Zeno and his brother Carlo Zeno left the Bemizo for the first time last night. Well, that's what we know. We had confirmed sightings of him leaving the ship for the first time, but Carlos, smart man. Niccolo is equally as shrewd and conniving. But if he's left the ship openly, I get the impression that something is about to happen.
I did put Alfredo on that.
Out of character, Alfredo never came back because you asked for a large group of people.
Yeah.
And no large group of people left.
Well,
but, yeah, Alfredo's not the smartest of guards.
it's fine. It's fine.
Yep. So he dismisses you. He dismisses you quite coldly for the first time, and he just gets back to making notes, and he's got reports to write up and that sort of thing. So you head out. Marco, you're shown the new place. You're told, oh, bless you. You've been told to watch over Tommaso, but at the same time, when you tell Enzio about the fact that you've heard of a plot against Tommaso, he seemed a bit surprised. He heads off, leaves you to it, but he's clearly distracted by something. What do you do?
Well, when he leaves, I will do, what he directed. I'll go over to the escuela and seek out this Enrico Rossi. As long as I've been at that school, I probably know who he is.
No, you've never heard of him before. These schools are almost like state education. So if you'd grown up here, like if you're an orphan, you would have had, you'd have been taught in one of these schools. If you were a guild member or the son of a guild member, you might have been taught your trade here, or if you were noble, you might have been taught certain things. But being an outsider, the whole notion of these state schools is quite strange. So you do know you can get there. That's fine. Get there. You knock at the door. It's like maybe a former student or a servant, whoever opens the door. She says, "Yes, how can I help?"
Good afternoon. Marco de Medici. I'm looking for Enrico Rossi. Is this his office?
Well, not really his office, but yes, 1 second. Heads off. You can hear a conversation. She comes back with a gentleman, Enrico Rossi. He says, yes, how can I help? He dismisses her. He stands at the doorway. He says, yes, how can I help?
Sorry.
What do you want?
Sorry to bring you away from your duties.
No.
But I had an issue come up, and I was given your name by Enzio. I forgot his last name. Corey. Okay. I was given your name by Enzio to speak with you about it. It's a very delicate matter.
Come in. Takes you down the corridor. There's a door on your left at the end of the corridor. There's a door right in the front, like the end of the corridor. Takes the key out, unlocks it, opens, gestures you in. You both enter, close the door. Doesn't lock it, but puts the key on the side and says, "Take a seat." In this room, this is like a study, but you can see why he locks the door, because there are lots of glass canisters and pots. It looks like a medieval pharmacy in here. So take a seat. He sits down. An item of a delicacy. How exactly what?
Well, and I'll sit down, but I'm definitely going to lean forward so we're close, and I can, keep the volume down. Well, a rumor came into my lap. That's it's more than just a rumor. I have a contact that speaks of a plot against Thomas's life. Driven by none other than Carl Zeno.
Right.
It's to take place tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. Do we know for sure that it is tomorrow night?
If I, the player, did my math right, yes.
Yes. Right. Oh, okay. Where?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. I know I can get more information from the contact. But of course, he needs to know that he's going to be safe.
Bring him here. I will guarantee his safety. You're Marco de Medici, aren't you? You're relative to your uncle. Is it your uncle?
That runs the bank.
Yeah, he then lists through. He knows who you are. He knows your uncle. He knows your father, and he knows like one other person who. I mean, your father and the fourth person. I've only been in Venice like 2 or 3 times, but never as a resident, just as a visitor. But he just knows these things. It's almost like his head's like one encyclopedia. Is right. Yeah. Please bring this contact of yours to here immediately, or whenever's the most discreet time. Is this a contact within, say, the city guard or another noble family, or is someone who's offshore, so to speak?
He's offshore, and he's fairly high up offshore, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Speak to him, if you can, and ask him where is the safest place to meet. Okay. There are things going on in the city at the moment which I cannot discern if there is a connection or not, or if it's just too much of a coincidence. But yeah, reach out to him. Tell him you have found someone who will vouch for his safety. And if needs be, we can maintain his facade so that he may return to his position offshore. If he disappears, you must understand that if there is an attempt in motion, all the pieces must stay on the board, lest the player abandon the game entirely.
Of course, and that was the main reason I wanted to keep this quiet. I want to see him caught in the act. I don't particularly care for nobles plotting to kill each other for power.
No problem. Just in case the night is not, and you don't know where either. You don't know where. You've got an idea of when, but you don't know when. Or sorry, you don't know where it's going to happen.
Well, let me check my notes. I don't think I got that.
Yeah.
No, I did not get the location.
Okay. We need the location. If you can give us the time, perhaps do not need to meet him. But if he wishes, you've come. Enzio has brought you to the right person. To try and protect the city, I will need to contact other members or other civilians in the city.
Of course. And just so you're aware, I did volunteer to assist in Thomas's security tomorrow night, and I plan on. My plan is to have my fencing school. I assume you know about that. If you know everything else about me, or my fencing club, in the area as backup. I hear there's a sizable force on Zeno's ship, Carl Zeno's ship. So I do plan on having them in the area to stand by in case extra steel is needed.
Okay. Bring them if you wish. Yeah. Bring to me the location and any other details. At the moment, Tommaso is moving from place to place as part of. He is a procurator of Venice. He'll either be in his home, or when he has to work late at night, he will be in the Ducal Palace. He could be in 3 or 4 places. We will not know. I certainly don't know. Yeah. I think for the safety of your contact and to ensure that the plan goes ahead, reach out to your contact, obtain the location. You must persuade him that he will be protected.
Of course.
Okay. Right. I will leave the last bit of the evening over to you, Ken.
It's
as you're leaving. Go.
Yeah. I had a couple of errands that I needed to check on from the night before.
Yeah.
But when Vito said that there was another body found,
mm-hmm.
I would probably decide to go to Enrico Rossi's so I could find what
the body,
who the body was. I would go to the
body
morgue.
wasn't found. It was another nobleman gone missing.
Oh, just missing. Okay, so I wouldn't go to Tin. Then I would definitely go to follow up with the family, the
Tipolo
family. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yep, we'll do that scene and then we'll wrap it up for the night. Okay, right. You head over to the Tipolo family estate. You can see whenever someone passes away, there's usually a period of mourning, and this is a devout Catholic city, so whenever someone passes away of importance, there will be black draped in certain areas, people wearing black in mourning, a specific attire. Now what you notice is there's like a mixture of it. It's almost as if they don't want to admit that someone's passed away, but they're still showing enough respect to suggest that there has been a death in the family. It's very subtle, so that when you get in to like the little open courtyard, you can see little hints and clues all around you. Servant comes up to you, asks for you for your business. Are you dressed like city guard, or are you just as a civilian?
City guard.
City guard, right? Okay. Comes up to you. How can I help?
Enrico Rossi sent me. I need to talk to the patron of this household.
Enrico, I see. Yeah, just stay there one moment. Turns around, disappears up some stairs. You can see him go into a room. Comes out one room, goes to the next one. Comes out of that room. He's accompanied by a man who's dressed in like mourning wear, so to speak, for a noble. Comes downstairs. You can see his eyes are a little bit bloodshot. He's been crying. Yes.
Sir, I think we should talk in private if you have a minute. What is his name? What's your name, sir?
I'm checking. No, I just think this might actually be a character in the book. I'm just seeing if there's one that would be applicable. Otherwise, it's Noble number 17. That's the problem with doing like an open world roleplay game.
Mm-hmm.
There's just too many people you can meet.
Yeah. We could get the AI to tell us the names, or we could just Google it.
No. I was tempted, but I think there is a type holo of significance that I could use.
I can search it in your book with this. How do you spell it? Type holo? T-Y? P-O...
T-I-E-P-O-L-O.
I-E-P...
Type holo.
Badjamonte. That's one of them. Badjamonte type holo? B-H-A-A-M-O-N-T-E type holo?
Next one.
Oh.
He's not. He's definitely not going to be here. But no, it looks as though it's not the type holo I was looking for.
That's not. These are not the. There is. Yeah. They were a revolt.
Yeah.
Soranzo. Oh, that's a family. Soranzo is a family.
Yes.
I'm
sure there's a type holo.
Istra type holo was exiled.
Oh yeah, that's where.
No, that's a different one. Frank.
Sorry,
Franjo? I'm just gonna brutalize all these Italian names.
Okay. His name is Pietro.
Pietro.
Pietro type holo.
There's also a Soliana.
What page is that?
That is page 47.
Page 47.
I think. Or page 24.
Oh yeah. No, that's fine. Okay. His name is Pietro type holo. Yes. City guard, how can I help?
I wanted to. Are we alone? Did we kind of step on?
Yeah. Yep.
I
Moved off to one
wondered.
side.
Enrico suggested that I come here because we at the City Watch, we don't take too kindly as to nobles being handled the way they handled your family and your son. And we wanted to see if we could assist you, and if you had any information about maybe what your son was doing that night, we might be able to pursue a little bit more than maybe the information we have. Did he
even though you already stepped to one side, he brings you further over into a corner. It says, we need the body back. Please tell Enrico, we need the body back. He must be put back into the ground. I've told him everything that we know. I have spoken to others who were there, and he was last seen leaving with. He describes a courtesan, and he describes Angua to the T.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have said they've seen her once since then, but no one else has. There was a name given. Some people said it was Analia or Anne something, but as soon as my son saw her, he was besotted, and he became very possessive, so that no one else was allowed to talk to her.
Those courtesans do have an intoxicating effect, I do admit, but they don't typically. Did he have any enemies or anything else going on?
We've been thinking, oh god, we've been thinking it's been one of the other families. Maybe it's a message.
Is your family up for the Doge?
Well, all the noble families are eligible. All the important families, ours included, but we're not interested in that. Not anymore. It's just it could be any family threatening us, but he went missing beforehand. He went missing before Antonio Venier passed away. Surely they can't be connected. Please tell Enrico, we need the body back. We must put the body back in the ground. Please tell him to release and to deliver the body of our son.
Well, I will. I believe he was just finishing up his service that he provides.
By this point, he's got so much on his mind. He nods. He's not really responding to you. He's just responding at you, so to speak. Well, he goes, "Yes, thank you." Just
my thoughts and prayers are with your family, and I hope that you find the justice, and we'll make sure. If you hear anything else, please come to me or contact Vito Vimes of the Night Watch, and we'll make sure there's restitution.
He thanks you, and then he heads off.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go find Angua.
He is.
Do you want to continue this next week, or?
Yeah, it's 20 to 12.
Okay.
Hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah,
that was
great.
That was really good. Narrating is so unpredictable. Like, I thought, we're gonna get cracking on with the Angua story, but then you mentioned Orazio. I thought, oh wait, hold on, we're back to the main story. But then how things unfolded, I've just been winging it for 3 sessions, but I've been loving it. I hope you guys have been enjoying it as well. It's been
it's great,
brilliant.
Yeah, yep. I've had a really fun time. I really like the fictionalized historical version of Venice. That's a lot of fun.
Are you feeling better about the system itself?
I feel like I've kind of got an idea of how it works. It takes a little bit. It's kind of a different style than what I'm used to, but
yeah.
I feel like I do min-max a little bit, so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just where you've minimized. You can clearly see that you're suffering. So, but it's roleplay. People are always going to focus on one thing at the detriment of the other, and it's fine as long as you're enjoying it, and that's fine. How about you, Millie? How are you finding the system?
Yeah, I'm kind of getting used to it. The roll keep and then add aspect of it. I think there's a whole lot of skills there, or expertises actually in the skills. I think it would take a lot as the narrator to be able to keep track of that. What stat to what skill to what expertise.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I have streamlined a lot of because originally in the very first time I play tested, I play tested it for like 6 months to a year with a group of friends, and it was 5 expertises for each one, and I've just trimmed it down where I can. But yeah, it's a good point. I think because it's a system, and this is kind of deliberate, where on face value it's like, wow, there's a lot there. But then as you're getting into it, as you're digging into it, it's like, right, this is useful for that, that's useful for this, and then you learn where things are. Especially as a player, like as development, hopefully you can see the impact of 10 experience. Right, I want to put +5 in this, +5 in that, and you've got a bit left over. You can go, oh, I'll dabble into folklore, because as soon as you guys now know that folklore as initiates, you know folklore exists. You can look at the other part of the character sheet and say, well, how does a cult fit into this world? How does science fit into this world? That sort of thing. So that hopefully it gives you, it's a wood that opens up rather than a cave that narrows, if you know what I mean. But
yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Cool.
connecting the basic traits to the connecting your stats to the natural, the combat, and the professional. I think there's some intuitiveness, but it's certainly it's difficult to marry these two sections. I wonder if there's a way that there could be like a little box around or something that said, if you could bring these stats and these stats more together on the character sheet in some kind of way, that could be an interesting.
So so all the so strength stats, and then next to all the strength stats are all the skills that would use the strength. So like guile and influence would all be under personality, melee, unarmed. What I found is when I did think about doing that, but the sheet got quite complicated, because some stats will have like 4 or 5, and then some stats will have like 12. And then I thought, well, what if I do it so it breaks down even further? So like speed had 2 or 3, control had 2 or 3, brawn had 2 or 3. But then I thought, well, I want players to have a look and say, right, I want to lie to someone, but how am I going to do it? Am I going to do it by interaction, by just talking, or am I going to bluff, where I'm not going to say anything, I'm just going to use composure? I am the man who's the man with no name who doesn't speak, and he bluffs his way through things. So it kind of goes and went in full circle, where I started off with this and thought, it's too convoluted, it's too confusing. But then I was moving away from giving you guys, the players, the freedom to say, well, yeah, I want to try this with that, and if it doesn't work, I want to. Yeah, so no, it is a consideration that I'm more than happy to go back to. I mean, if I need to strip down more of the expertises, I could do, but I would feel like I'd have to start merging expertises together. But then what would I call them?
I think it's just, my comment is more, marrying the strength with agility, athletics.
I know what
a little closer, and marrying the personality with empathy, perception a little better. And I guess would I see, and I'm not sure, is it the intention, does that go with stealth and survival? I mean, intellect go with stealth and survival, or is that back to strength?
Well, stealth is mixture of control, if you're trying to be quiet and not be seen at all, or you could use presence, because presence is how people perceive you. So if you just wanted to walk in plain sight, that's not control, that's controlling how you look. If you want to disguise yourself, that's presence rather than control. But there's a bit of flexibility in there, so like players can say, well, I'm pretty crap at presence, I'm good at control, I'm going to use control.
I'm crappy at presence.
Valid.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment on that, because Mothership kind of runs that same way. It's much more smaller set of rules, but you have your 4 stats, and then you have your skills, and then you have your normal way of doing things. But if you want to do something different, like if you're like hacking into a door, right? So that's an intellect check with your hacking skill on top of it, right? Or computers or whatever. But if you're trying to do it fast and you want to get in there quick, then that's your speed stat as your base stat with with that skill on top of it. And so just in that respect, I like the flexibility of being like, I want to be stealthy, but I'm going to do it through interaction. Like I'm going to hide behind these plants and make it crawl down through something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that flexibility is not unique to this system. I've seen so many games that use that, and I love it. I just want players to be flexible, and for me, the only way to be flexible is not to restrict, to expand. But then my problem is, at what point do I stop expanding? Have I expanded too much? But no system's perfect. I'd rather have a system with a quirk like this and it being different than trying to conform to what everyone else has done.
Well, it would be very difficult, I would imagine, for a character like Daucus to know much about lore or the occult, because he was schooled in the world more than in a classroom. But could pick it up through learning more. The world is a classroom, so you pick up stuff as you go along, kind of thing, and get the lore that way, and increase it in time, and that would be a different. And maybe he would, pick up more with just paying attention, or instead of memory or something like that. And use those traits kind of with the different aspects. That is that kind of what you're saying?
It's the for me it's just flexibility, but one player could read that and say, well, that's not flexible, there's too much there. Then another player would say, well, actually, I think that is flexible. It works. And if those players buy the book, that's great. And if the other players who don't like that system don't buy the book, that's fine, because it's a role-play game. It's out there. People want to play it. And there you go. When I went off for the break, I'm intrigued to know. And then when I came back, you guys were already back and you were talking about when you were expecting something to happen. What were you talking about? Because that whole your character's initiation all happening at the same time, I thought was brilliant. I mean, fantastic roleplay from both of you. It was great to watch. But what were you talking about?
I think we were talking about just what was in. I asked Miller what was in Marcus's head at that moment. It's something I do sometimes when we have a little time, to get through dead air. It's not something that you get when you're in the middle of role playing. It sort of breaks the fourth wall, and you get some insight as to the why a character is doing something.
Yeah. My comment on that, though, what I was saying was that I did not expect to meet the thing that was murdering nobles first. I expected to kind of go through a little more plot and stuff, and then discover that what it is.
Yeah.
It was good. I'm there for it.
I did expect it was. I did expect it was her. I mean, because early on you said, "Oh, it was a courtesan." Oh, of course it's my friend.
Well,
course it's Angua. I was kind of hoping it wasn't, like we were playing the game. Maybe it's some other courtesan. I was like, no, it's my friend.
Well, because when I first started, and you were making up characters, so like in session 0, obviously the introductory story is set. That's what we've been playing. That's the main story. When there was 2 nobles and 1 city guard, I thought, well, the third aspect, the third thread of the story is not possible. So I can't do that. So I'll give you more time. So I thought, well, I'll introduce a side story. But which side story? But then, Ken, when you said your character was called Angua, I thought, why has he chosen that name? Because that's the first 4 letters. Because but it's the first 4 letters of the Anguini, which is this water spirit. And then when you said, oh, she's a courtesan, I thought he's been reading the book, because in the book there is she's not called Angua, because if you were Anguanine, you wouldn't call yourself Angua, really, because it's not that subtle. But you'd set that up. I thought, I have to play that story. So that story's been completely unscripted. I've been winging all of it.
Oh, that's great.
And it's just one of those things where just a few simple things. Noble's gone missing. You know her already, and the other major events are going on. So no one's attention's really on that noble. They're on other things that could be happening. But yeah, it's just the way things turned out. I thought, right, Marco's alone, so to speak. I'll spring it on Marco. And then, it was good. It was really good, really good.
Nice.
So I had a lot of fun.
Next week will be the last week, and then Thursday, it's your game. Hopefully, I'll try to make it if I can for your mothership, Miller.
Yeah.
Unless I've missed something.
I don't think we're going to do it. I didn't get a whole bunch of people for it.
Yeah, we've got people that are interested, but it's just not. It seems like picking the time is the difficult.
Right.
So I mean, my friend Maddie is into it, but he's on the West Coast, and so we definitely getting people. Like I think that you experience this with your game. Like, how do you get people to play? How do you get people together to play it? We're all in these busy worlds. I know a number of people that would probably be able to play, but they're on different days and different times. It's like organizing a band. Like, if you ever had to get the drummer to show up on a Tuesday at 6 p.m., they work till 5:30. And then they got to go home and get their kit, and it's an hour and a half. And get some dinner.
We can work it out offline.
No
I am running a different mothership game that I still have a couple open slots in tomorrow night. Nice. As part of the indie RPG Discord's Aprilween kickoff. They do like a horror thing for Aprilween because it's 6 months from Halloween.
Yes, you mentioned that in your podcast, because that was another story that you got. I can't make tomorrow. But let me know what day you're gonna try and run it, and if it's a Thursday, it's like a 50-50 chance for me. But yeah, just give me a week's heads up, and I'll try and get there.
I set up a little schedule thing on when to meet. I'll share that with you so that you can kind of. I put in like my availability, and then everybody who wants to play can put in their availability and help us.
There's a link. It's like a doodle poll, but it's different.
Is that the Aprilween planning?
Anyway, I thank everybody. I'm sure all our viewers are just enjoying this scheduling session that we've got going on. Thanks for watching the Geeky Gamer Podcast live play of the Linen Tapestry, featuring Ken, Miller, and John. Bill has gone the way of Trois Productions that helps out with an assortment of different things. Couchfire Media helps with some art media, all lowercase letters. Mr. Interrupt do some music, and we do have Patreon. I know that.
Do you? You've never mentioned that before.
We do. It exists. You don't have to join it. It's fine. But you get more things. You get accolades or something. I don't know. Till next time. See you soon.
Yep.